much do you want to make?
I'm gonna make people feel okay.
We stand for creativity, boldness, and wonder. We come from different places, carrying diverse superpowers, yet bound by a single purpose: to create a fulfilling and sustainable future through impactful science, technology, and innovation. What drives us is the belief that we can make a difference in people's lives. Every challenge becomes an opportunity, every idea a seed for something greater. How do we make it happen? Because we are more than colleagues. We are a multicultural, inclusive, socially responsible community that celebrates freedom to create and think, sparks collaboration, and cherishes every voice. Because we nurture a multidisciplinary home where amazing ideas take root, where people come first, and where every contribution matters. Looking back on 4 decades of history, one truth remains: people are the heart of the progress. From a small group of pioneers to more than 1,000 dreamers, we have built the country's largest research and development center in the field of engineering. And the most magical part of the future? It often starts with a single step. Where it leads, we cannot know, but we will discover it together in the home of science, technology, and innovation.
Good morning. The adrenaline is going to go a lot lower now with my intervention. I think this is a really wonderful introductory video, very energizing, but I think that it conveys very well the spirit and the energy of the event that we had at the end of July. So I'm going to make a very brief introduction, I was discussing with João Abel, who is going to speak next with a bit more of detail about how the day is going to proceed, about what we should or should not say in the beginning, because in a strategic meeting of this kind, we want everyone to have the opportunity to speak and to bring their perspectives into the discussion without as little bias as possible. So I think that the both of us are going to try to have an intervention aiming at not biasing what's going to happen later on. But the first thing that I wanted to remark is the fact that we have a really good room with a lot of people. And so I wanted to welcome you all and to thank so many of you for being here today. I think that we all know what it means to carve out the time for our personal and individual agendas to be here. So I think that we also have a good idea of what that means multiplied by the large number of people that are here. As a faculty member, I share with our colleagues who are faculty members, and especially also with our students, the challenges that we are going through in these weeks. It's the beginning of the semester, so things are taking off, ramping up. It's a really busy time in the schedules for both students and faculty. With our staff and with the researchers that are more focused on our activity at INESCTEC, it's not just these weeks, it's been these months, these years. We have just completed the rebudgeting, and we know that very likely we will have more than 40 million euros of activity. I can say that, Marta? Yes? at the end of the year. And as I have been progressively highlighting, I don't know, now maybe for a decade, it's really challenging to execute 40 million euros of activity or more than that. I think that you also have a good grasp of what that means globally, because you see it also in your everyday life. You know, the responsibility and the challenges of making such a large volume of effort and such a large volume of results really come to life and really come to fruition. And in addition to that, I need to have a special word of welcome and appreciation for our colleagues that come from outside Porto. I know that most of us had to travel a little bit and face traffic inconveniences to get here to this part of the city, but this is an additional effort and really evidence of the cohesion and the strength of the commitment that overall as a community we have within ESCTEC, that our colleagues, especially from Minho and from the Trás-os-Montes, have traveled and have joined us today here. So how am I going to solve the challenge of framing but not biasing? So I decided, or I didn't decide, to do two things. The first one is I decided to prepare this intervention as late as possible, and so I did it last night. So I'm going to speak in a manner that is a little bit half-baked, and that may be a positive thing for some of you that are going to speak today. Either have prepared positions or will just raise your hands and jump in the discussion and are a bit afraid of coming out with a half-baked thing. I'm sure that it will not do worse than I will do with what I will say next. So that's one advantage. Now, the other thing that I did this quite late, and I decided to try to capture something fresh, something recent, to bring to the discussion that would add something to the overall context of what we are going to discuss. And before so making these couple of remarks that I would like to make, we have two topics for the meeting. João Abel will introduce those. I think that for both of them, we don't need to give you a lot of explanation why they are important. These are very salient things in what we are doing, and changes that are happening in our context are increasingly salient as well, even at the Portuguese level where things were a bit calm until July. Things are speeding up in how they are changing. And so the motivation for the two topics and the importance of the two topics that we are going to discuss is self-evident. And so, not much need to go into a lot of detail to justify those. And so the two remarks that I would like to do are about two dimensions that I think we have been able to bring to our discussions, and especially to our strategic discussions, and that I think are always important. And I would see immense value in those dimensions being very strongly in our discussions today. So the first one is an institutional level of discussion. This is very important as a focus in a strategic meeting for ESCTEC. So focusing on what's happening, what must happen at the institutional level in the broader environment where we act as an institution. This is a key dimension, so we need to focus strongly on this, looking inward and looking outward. And the other dimension is the human part. So we are all here as individuals. We have this strong identity as a community of people, of individuals. We have also, I think, a strong sense that the benefits that we seek to create and to bring to fruition from our knowledge, from our innovation, are directed to people. And so this human part, both looking at who we are as a community, but also looking at the people that we serve, is another important dimension that I would like us to strongly favor in the discussions today. So the fresh half-baked thing that I did was yesterday I noticed that this week there were two shortlists for book prizes that came out. One came out on Tuesday and the other came out on Wednesday. On Tuesday, the shortlist for the Booker Prize came out. So some of you may know the Booker Prize. It's one of the most important prizes for literary fiction. And so on Tuesday, we got to know the 6 books that are on the Booker Prize shortlist. On Wednesday, the Financial Times shortlist. So there's a business book of the year that the Financial Times has been promoting for quite some time. And I don't know if 6 is the right number for book prize shortlists, but again, we have 6 books on the Financial Times shortlist. And I think that the selections this year are really powerful. I'm not going to go into detail on the books. I will leave that to your curiosity if you are interested. But I looked at, and I haven't read all the books. In fact, some of them have not come out yet. But I have read a few on the Financial Times list, not on the other list. But I was aware of the books and I looked at the topics. And I wanted to bring out a common thread or a common aspect in each of these, because I think that the Booker Prize may have some especially important insights about the human side, who we are today, what are the challenges that we are facing as individuals nowadays, and obviously the Financial Times for the institutional side. So the common theme that very roughly, thinking about this for a short while, struck me in the Booker Prize list is a focus on how people live inside the systems and the contexts that shape them. So across the books, this is a strong focus. And these contexts are families, are culture, are memory, are the past, are the body and the limits of the body. And so across the stories and the themes of the books, there's an exploration of how people, in face of these forces, in these contexts, are not simply passive, but find ways to reinterpret what they inherit, to hold on to ties of things that matter, or to insist on the dignity of the small acts of daily life. These are stories about resilience and imagination, and about how they allow people to make meaning. And I think that this is really at the core of these books, even within constraints. How people tell and retell their stories, how they redefine a family role, how they find strength between worlds in a life that is shaped by migration. And we cannot, this is really, really very strong, very important topic nowadays. Or, and this is, I think, especially meaningful for quite a few of us, how a midlife juncture and reflection allows us to turn past experience into a different kind of future. So these books are overall, in my reading or a possible reading, about quietly re-editing what a life means. Financial Times is a totally different set of topics. So this year, and I have maybe a bias in my reading here, but not a very, very strong one, I found that a common theme that is strongly focused across the different books is large systems under strain or under pressure. And so the books focus on supply chains and how supply chains can be disruptive or turned into political tools. One of the books is about Huawei and how the company got pulled into global rivalries. One of the books, I think one of the most amazing books that came out this year, is a book on how the US and China are taking different paths in the way that they organize innovation. There's a wonderful book on how bureaucracy slows things down, and innovation especially. A book on NVIDIA and how we are fragile nowadays in depending so heavily on just a few semiconductor firms. So large systems under strain is a hot contemporary topic and a common thread across these books. But the way that these books treat these topics, they suggest a picture of systems that have strong vulnerabilities, and they further highlight the fact that these vulnerabilities are often visible long before the pressure makes them obvious. We can do the work of mapping these vulnerabilities, identifying choke points, measuring dependencies, seeing how bureaucracy slows things down, compare national strategies. But the difficulty that we appear to have is not in seeing these potential vulnerabilities, but acting early enough regarding these vulnerabilities. So, these books seem to point to a puzzle here, and they circle around this puzzle. Foresight is often there, but action tends to come only after strain turns into crisis. And I think that's a number of things, maybe inside INESC-TEC and outside, that are very strongly felt these weeks, and that I think we can read usefully through this lens. So these are a couple of powerful observations that I would like to leave. I hope that I have not biased the discussions, but that this provides some additional content in terms of framing what we are going to do throughout the day. And to close, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on acknowledging the contributions, which have been broad and quite strong. João Abel is going to do this. So first of all, I want to thank him. He has been chairing the organizing committee of the celebration of our 40th anniversary with terrific vision and very strongly committed amid all the other things that he has in his busy agenda. Well, we argue that maybe not so busy after July, because as you all know, he has retired, and so we all hope that is bringing him also a bit more of a quality of life. But maybe you can talk a bit about that. And in particular, all the work of setting up this event. Very important acknowledgement of everyone who prepared and sent positions. It's not easy to set aside the time to do that and to reflect and to have the courage of sharing them then with our broad community. Everyone who helped with the organization, the moderators, Leah and Clara, who are going to be the rapporteurs for each of the themes, and especially, again, everyone that is here today and makes this broad discussion, this very important broad discussion, possible. So I conclude, and I wish us all an energizing meeting, as energizing as that initial video, if possible, and also very fruitful. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome at the INESC-TEC Strategic Meeting 2025 Future Thinking. Well, although I'm retired from the faculty, the fact is that I'm pretty busy with all my activities at INESC-TEC, and one thing that I promised to my wife is that from now on I will try to work 8 hours per day, which I already realized that is not feasible. Okay, so as you guessed, this event is in fact part of the celebrations of the INESC-TEC 40th anniversary. And so today we are supposed to reflect on the future of the institution, and João Claro already explained how important it is now to reflect on the future of INESC-TEC. And we are going to do this exercise by addressing 2 topics. So strategic focus, growth versus stabilization, and the second one, external interface and funding. So both of them are very important and timely, and João Claro already explained how these are really important for the future of the institution. So the agenda of this event, you can find it on the badge. So you have it here. So we are going to very much involved in developing this event, but also Artur Pimenta Alves, Pedro Guedes de Oliveira, Ana Isabel Oliveira, Lídia, Sofia Maciel, José Manuel Mendonça, and Joana Coelho. My thanking to all of these people that give a lot of their time in organizing this event of today. So, let's think about INESC-TEC for the next 40 years. Good work, and I would like to invite José Carlos Caldeira to come to the stage, and so the floor will be up to him, and you will moderate the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you all. Let me just start and say that it's a huge, huge pleasure for me to be in this session and to see this audience. Reminds me, all this creativity process that we have at INESC-TEC. And I think that for this discussion, I think we are in the right place. This house holds three names that I think are really inspiring for our discussion. The first one is Rosa Mota. For those who don't know, it's a world and Olympic champion of the marathon many years ago. But what is interesting is that she kept running. So she kept competing, and is still winning marathons today. But I think it's a good lesson that you don't, when you achieve success, you don't lay down. You don't live on your past victories, but you keep pushing, keep running. I think it's very important for us. Second one is called also arena. And I think that's exactly why we are. We are in an arena, and in arenas, we are usually competing with others, but we also need to cooperate with others, well, first internally and then with other organizations. And I think it's also a very important lesson for this event, because the only thing you cannot do in an arena, or you should not do, is to stay down, so stay quiet. So I hope that you have a very strong participation in this debate, so please don't disappoint me when I ask you if you have any questions or contributions. And last but not least, a very, very important name that helps very much in the previous objectives, which is Superboc, of course, as we all know. So what we are going to do now is what somebody, let's say the academics call entrepreneurial discovery process. Those that are linked to the smart specialization strategy. This is the concept behind. So it's a creative process to build our future, and I really hope that to be successful, we need the participation of all of you here, and also later on, because of course some of these topics will not have time to discuss them completely, but we will keep, and I think can say that we'll keep these discussions open after the event. So without further delay, let's start with the first four presentations. So I call Filipe Ribeiro to the stage. Filipe, you know the drill. 3 minutes. I will be sharp with the 3 minutes. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Okay. We may have reached a point where growth does not necessarily translate in sustainable growth, particularly with the upcoming end of PRR National Funding Program. At this stage, sustainability depends more on coherence and balance than on size. While availability of funding instruments creates opportunities, it can also lead to deviations. Pursuing every funding opportunity in an attempt to maintain current levels of activity would dilute our mission, reduce success rates, and weaken institutional coherence. The key concern today is not finding the best funding mix. That knowledge is already well established. The challenge lies in clearly defining what INESC-TEC wants to be recognized for and aligning the funding strategy with that vision. Focused and concentrated efforts increases the probability of success, strengthens identity, and signals consistency to external partners. Yet focus alone is insufficient. Sustainable growth requires balance. This means, for example, defining the right proportions between researchers, professors, engineers, and support staff. This is essential not only in terms of growth, but also when funding is scarce. With this defined, INESC-TEC can grow or contract without compromising its mission, while ensuring the necessary level of predictability, which is crucial for the management. We operate in a competitive market for talent, for funding, for industrial partners, and for influencing public policies. To thrive, INESC-TEC should also project a strong and credible image. A more focused approach to our activities should make our position more compelling. and this effect can be amplified through the current national momentum. With the Portuguese government merging FCT and ANI, the country is signaling that the science and innovation are linked together. This is precisely Inestec's model. By embracing this alignment, Inestec can establish itself as a reference and a showcase how science and innovation can reinforce each other in practice. We must capitalize on this trend, demonstrating that this model enables us to diversify our partnerships, reduce our need on public funding, and most important, maintain our focus on science and innovation we wish to develop. In the end, Nestec's strength will not come from growth alone, but from coherence, balance, and credibility inside and outside. By sustaining this identity and seizing the national momentum around science innovation, we can secure a long-term progress and impact. In short, we must transmit that, yes, we are science, we are technology, we are innovation. But on top of it, just like an F1 team, we are focused. Thank you.
So, first challenge. What Philippe tells us is that we should not run after the funding just because of the funding. We need to have our strategy and then look for the appropriate funding to follow our strategy. He's also telling us that we should cover research, innovation, technology, so the value chain, and is calling the attention to this new movement that we are seeing of, not only from the market side, also from the political point of view, a better approach or a closer approach between research and innovation. So, first challenge, questions, comments regarding Philippe's intervention. Please just raise your hand. I think, do you have microphones on the room? Or I think, no, but I think you can speak out. I think it's easier. I think we can hear you. So, who wants to comment or say any question? Put any questions to Philippe. Okay.
Yes? Okay. Thank you for the question. When I say focus, I mean a cross layer. Of course, we need to be focused in every part of science we do. For example, in communications, we should not be working on everything, trying to please every single stakeholder we have. We should know what we want to be, what we want to do, and then go for it. But that's why I put the F1 team, because they always go for a gap that is difficult to reach. So when I say focus, when we want to reach something difficult, let's go for there and thrive on this matter. Of course, then it's not only science, even in the management, we need to focus on what is really important and solve the problems that we face daily, and not go for simple things that we spend our energy on. So.
Another one there? Can I just ask you to say your name?
Sure.
So that that people sometimes
So
don't know.
I'm Ana Nunzalons from AgLab. So my question is, or first a comment. I think that the idea that you expressed of not going after the funding is really important, but I see two challenges with that. One is that there's not always funding for what we think we should do, right? So we always have to keep a mix between what we want to do and what we have to do, right? And the other one is, if we simply focus on what, the danger on the other side, right? If we just focus on what's being offered in terms of funding, we lose the opportunity of going after the next thing, right? Thinking about the future. So do you have any ideas of how to try to find the balance for these things?
That's the difficult part. That's why I said that's the challenge. So I think even in Palácio do Freixo, this topic came up. Should we use funding and then try to do our stuff while losing funding? That didn't call to do that, or we wait for the calls to do what you want to do. Of course, this is a mix. What I said is, first, don't go to all opportunities just to maintain the activity. That's one point. And then when we want to do something, of course, we have to at least try to focus as much as possible. There's no answer to you directly. That's why I said it's a challenge. But if you put an attitude, this is what I want to sell, is have this attitude. Don't go to everything just because there's funding. Try always to select what is the best funding for what you want to do. But sometimes you have to do what the call says, of course. But try always to focus. If you see the whole portfolio we have, sometimes we go for projects that are a bit outside of our focus. If we should come again to the center, because Inestec is already a big institution, we don't need to go to very thin projects just to get the funding.
Another one? Ali?
Okay, I'm being slashed.
Pedro Guedes Oliveira. Just to, when you talked about focus on an individual or group level, but
A
you
group
can
level.
talk
Group.
the
Again,
focus about institutional level.
institutional-
It means letting down areas where we don't have critical mass or capability to have a stand in the world of science and research, and strengthening the areas where we really can be major at the European or world level. Do you also talk about institutional focus in this sense?
Yes, but let's say we want to do disruptive things, and we cannot be all focused on a disruptive thing. We know we must be good in several subjects, and we can have a group of people that work on disruptive things. But we need to stay on focus to these disruptive things. Sometimes we have an idea, we want to go to the moon, but then we forget that because we have to follow some funding problems. Regarding institution, yes, we need to focus. We are already started this process by the domains. We now have the scientific domains that is trying to focus that. So I don't know if you answer your question.
Well, let me make, not because I'm not, let me make you two challenges. That one of them is linked with this. Is how to balance, or how can we balance, or if it's possible to balance, this institutional dimension that is critical, as was mentioned, to achieve this, with the, let's call it, scientific freedom, or a career freedom of the individual, which is something that, at least in part of our organization, is very important. Because there's always this trade-off. And the second thing I'd like also to think about it is, you know, with this idea that we need to bring closer research, innovation, and this idea behind merging or FCT and ANI. So as I said, this comes from both from the stakeholder side and also from the political side. I think that we are an organization where we are particularly well positioned to understand that one thing is to bring them together or to make sure that we have interlinks. A completely different thing is to put them all in the same pot. They are quite, in my opinion, quite different activities that should be connected, should be links but not mixed. But in any case, how dangerous could be this idea of bringing together precisely that we somehow force one of the parts to change in a way that is against the interest of. So either we force innovation to become more upstream, or we force research to become more downstream, which means that we will change in nature, and we may risk to have these more disruptive activities in our organization. So this balance between individuals and organizations, and between research and innovation.
For the first part, for the disruptive, we all know that we all start on PhD students. That's the part we have to work on it. That's the group of people that can focus on the more disruptive science. In terms of funding, that's what I said. In the long run, if the model works, we should have some possibility of the institution to invest. Because if the innovation works, we have also some funding from the private part, and we should apply this part to the science we wish to develop. That's in my talk. About the second part, I don't say that we have to mix it together in a soup. No, science and innovation have their part. They should work together, and I think that science can deliver innovation, ideas of a new solution for a problem, and the innovation can give to science a problem that there's no science yet to solve. This is my view. I'm not saying that we should mix it and all the same. This is the view I have, not a full mix, that's the thing.
Okay, Philip, thank you very much. Your time is finished. Thank you very much. As I said, we will continue these discussions later on. So now, Marta.
Good morning, everyone. I think our presentations are aligned. What a surprise to be in the same group. We hope so. So straight to the point, Inestec has gone through a remarkable growth in the last 10 years. We have tripled our activity. We have more than tripled the employment contracts. But we observe here efficiency has integrated researchers only increased more or less 30%, and we also kept research excellence. Estamos a ouvir, desculpem, estamos a ouvir-vos. Acho que tenho mais 30 segundos agora. But this brought also many challenges to all of us, to the institution, as we need more professionalized managed teams. We have to improve more and more the working conditions and better equip laboratories and more space for expanded facilities. And this, of course, increases structure funds. So in order to maintain in the coming years financial sustainability and also institutional excellence, as we kept in latest years research excellence, this requires adequate and very strong funding mix. The Recovery Resilience Fund, the PRR as we commonly name it, enabled in the last couple of years strategic partnerships with companies that it should lead to increased contracts with these organizations, with companies and other organizations, direct contracts. Also, European collaborative projects are also high-quality funding opportunities, and also it strengthens collaborations with companies and other organizations across Europe that should also lead to more opportunities. Of course, these are also becoming more competitive, and we have to look for another and different forms of funding, namely, for example, direct contracts with EU institutions, like we say, the European tenders. So replacing the Recovery Resilience funding with direct contracts with companies is crucial to levels similar to those of European projects or comparable to it, but this requires obviously a collective effort through leveraging networks, increasing Inestec global visibility, and also, I'm sorry, I missed the last one. Well, in conclusion, a balanced funding mix with European projects and also contracts with other organizations is crucial to keep our financial strength, also the organizational professionalism, and mainly the scientific excellence. Thank you all.
So, regarding this presentation about, this is a very, of course, very important topic about the funding mix. So, any questions, comments on how to make this transformation that is both urgent and big, because we are talking, as the President said, we are talking about big numbers. Any comments now? Força, força.
Bernardo Silva from SPES. Thank you, Marta, for your presentation. I agree, I tend to agree with this scheme, but from the part of fundamental research, which from a certain perspective feeds our advances, this is something that sometimes we cannot do with perhaps European projects with higher TRLs, and with direct contracts with the industry because they need the product close to finished. So what is your idea on that?
Okay. Actually, it was, well, we only have 3 minutes to explain, but we in more detail in the paper that was written. But actually, if we can have this adequate funding mix, we should be able to have some margin and top margin and a financial strength that could fund also that very important part of fundamental research. Not in the contracts, but we can have the margins because these contracts, it's based on prices and not only recovery of costs. So this is why it is so important, because it can give us that necessary funding for the fundamental research.
Another one? Yeah, another one here. Well,
First, one question is, you're talking about replacing PRR with direct contracts, right? But I think that's going to be really hard because we have a volume with PRRs that I think we have never had with contracts, right? Direct contracts. And one other difficulty that's something that I've been feeling, and maybe some others share the experience, is that it's increasingly harder to get contracts with companies because our costs have risen dramatically, right? The costs that we associate to each PM and so on. So how do you see, or do you have any idea of how we can maybe make it more flexible, the way that we calculate costs, so that we are more competitive in terms of these contracts? Do you have any idea?
Thank you, Anna. When I say replacing, it's not replacing by the same amount of volume, of course, and not even in a percentage. I say trying to replace some of the collaborations for contracts, for selling our high-level services to other organizations. And to levels, yes, we should try to levels compared with European projects that in the last 5 years are around 30%. Okay, this is one point. The other point is the contracts are price-based, not cost-based, and should be competitive. But we should not compete, I think we are all aware of that, with the companies that are already in the market. We should compete in high-level, high-value-added services. So it's like a different championship, I mean. But yes, it's hard. This is, if it was not hard, we should be there already. Yes. We should work together.
Yeah. Last question there for Tanya.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. Antonio Gaspar, Tech4. So I have a question about the direct contracts with companies, because I feel that national companies are getting increasingly dependent on public funding. And I feel this growing each year, each framework. So it's kind of a drug. So what would be the role of international companies in this reasoning?
I think we should also, and each time more, look to international companies, not only European, but in other geographies also. When I say also European projects are also a good opportunity to strengthen that ties with other companies, but also in other places, yes, we should reinforce that. And we are now seeing in the world economy that are other geographies that are more eager to invest, for example. So I think, yes, we should try also. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me just wrap up, highlighting for your future discussion that please remember that there are many other funding sources that we are not using. For example, for fundamental research, we are not using ERC. For contracts, we are not using the tenders of the European Commission. Then we have big projects funded by other sources like the European Investment Bank, the World Bank, and all kinds of things. So there are many, many other sources that we can use. I think that going back to the previous presentation, we need to set our strategy and then look for the funding source, because let me tell you, whenever I had a good idea, funding was never a problem. And regarding companies, it's true that now they are more dependent because they are funding sources. And of course, if they are funding sources, they will try to use it. The day the funding source, the public funding source will reduce, they will go back to contracts. So that's my forecast, but let's hope I'm right, because of course this will be very important for our future. Marta, thank you very much. So now, Daniel.
Okay.
So Daniel will do the two presentations because there are some guys that always want more stage time, so they come with two presentations. Then we'll do the debate at the end.
Yeah,
Go
good
ahead.
morning. Yeah, there is a saying, everybody deserves 15 minutes of spotlight. I will take my 6 now. Okay, but to be more serious, the first position paper is for author with Paulo Faria. So she was the one that should presenting. I will try to do my best. The idea is the world has changed a lot in the economy, but accounting doesn't. Okay, the first figures show that the impact of intangible assets, means IP, is quite huge in the current economy. Okay, but we are not putting that in the balance sheet of the companies. Okay, not just in EdTech or universities, but also private companies. And why? That is a problem. Why? Because Portugal lags behind Europe, and Europe lags deeply behind US and China. Do you have an idea? Yeah, thank you. China is injecting billions in SMEs in China since the decade of 90s, okay, to encourage the use of IP and use IP as a collateral for banks. So you want the money? Okay, IP can give you the money in China, not in Europe. Okay, so what can we do about that? We can find some interesting references to worldwide. First one by the World Intellectual Property Organization. They are pushing forward, okay, bringing incentives and toolkits to help organizations like INEXTEC to adopt. There are some curiosity-driven, even in the services, accounting and technology transfer office, so we can experiment how to work with this, okay? We have some challenges when we are running with spin-off, some transactions required some kind of IP evaluation, and we can find also interesting reference in Catalonia. So there is a CERCA. CERCA is our organization, umbrella organization, with 50 labs, let's say, but 10,000 researchers inside. Okay, and they mapping the inputs during the project, so they have more a quantification about the effort that, so we can work on the background, and that's it. So that is the main message, the challenge for INEXTEC to experiment and pilot on IP financing. Second one, please, it's the marketplace of ideas. Marketplace of ideas is a philosophical concept that is coined by John Mill, okay, and trying to explain it is so we exchange ideas, the better ones will prevail, we can discuss all the ideas, and the bad ones will reinforce that the better ones should prevail, okay. These are the foundation of the freedom of speech. What this thing has to do with IP, let's try to help you. So IP is about all the intellectual products that we generate with our minds, so ideas. Okay, and if we apply directly, if we produce good technologies and results, they should have an intrinsic value and people will recognize the value, so it should be quite straightforward to transfer them. But all data, experimental data, empirical data, and even the experience show the other way around. Okay? A very few percentage of the portfolio, not just for NSTech, we perform quite well, even though below 10% is licenses, meaning it stays in the room. Okay? If we see another interesting finding is that 70% of the US revenue regarding licensing is just in 1% of the universities. Guess what? MIT, Carnegie Mellon. So our role models, they have vibrant ecosystems that it works by, let's say, osmosis, okay, natural. But if we try to copy them, it doesn't work, okay? So we have to think differently, and that is my proposal, okay? There are a lot of syndromes around. We are learning with all the failure that we have trying to approach companies here and internationally, the syndrome of not invented here. There are a lot of ingredients that require to be aligned to be successful in transferring. So the proposal is for the next year, we'll reinforce two main activities in valorization. The first one is spin-offs, so entrepreneurship, and the second one is strategic partnership with companies in Portugal, but also abroad. Why? Trust is the first pillar of everything. And when we approach someone out of the blue, there is no trust. So the challenge is enormous. But both spin-offs and strategic partnerships create the safety room where we can share our challenges, our information, and the time. So we'll build together and we can use our background, IP, all of our knowledge, all the past to create really impactful science. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. So, usually we say that in our organizations, people are the most important thing, and I fully agree. And I would say that in an organization like ours, the second most important thing, very, very close to people, is knowledge. And we should be able to manage this, and to nurture this knowledge and to use it properly. And I think that compared with other areas, we are still not as strong as we were, so I think it's a crucial area for the future. Again, questions, comments regarding Daniel, both presentations? Yeah, we have one there, please.
Good morning, Luís Guardão from SES. From the two previous presentations from Marta and Daniel, I have the following question. First, I would like to say the following. In PRR projects, namely on Produtec R3, we already had from the beginning the strategy that there were two parts of the project. The first one was research, and then a productive investment from the companies. When we designed the project, the idea was to came up with innovative products and services, and then if the company, at the end of the development of proof of concept, found interest or value in the products or services, then we would negotiate with them to license those products and services. So when PRR ends, one part of the transforming PRR into new contracts with the companies is one part. But we already thought of that part of that transformation should come from IP. So in every intervention of NSTech in the market, we are supposed to do things that the market is not able to provide. So if we are to be innovative, we always have to have in mind that everything we do, we should think that how we can monetize our IP in the future. So every project should have that.
I fully agree, of course. Maybe just brief comments. So maybe not all the projects will monetize, okay? We have an increasing number of projects based on open source, and we are driven by impact. Okay, we have one of the last of spin-offs is driven by impact. €0 are flowing into the center, and that is as important. Okay, but for PRR, we are also really following up all the projects, and we are and for Produtec, we are really working on this. And IPRs, intellectual property rights, is almost a single tool that we have to keep the balance for both activities, scientific dissemination and impact on the economy, meaning then the licensing and the monetization. If we miss the opportunity of registering this kind of legal tools, in the end of the day, the company and everybody can use, and we cannot recover all the public funding that goes in. So on top of that, we have a huge responsibility, okay? We have a huge amount of public money, and we have to ensure that it is wisely used even in the future. So we want to be sure that we are licensing and providing monopolies, okay? We are disrupting the economy, but in a legal way, and if possible, to recover part of that to be reinvested in high-risk science.
Any more questions, comments? Well, while you're thinking of one, we know that let's say the success of these operations, these processes, it depends very much on a timely detection and protection of the IP. And of course, this is a professional activity, meaning requires specific knowledge that usually researchers don't have, but at the same time requires direct involvement of the researchers in this process. So let's say the staff, let's put it, the experts cannot do it by themselves. So how do you see this relation, and how can we link these two, let's say, these two activities in an effective and efficient way? Otherwise, of course, if we are asking researchers to do all this job like in other organizations, then at the end of the day they don't do it, and then they publish without protecting, and then after publishing is no longer protected. So how can we do this in an atmosphere like INESTEC? How we can do this? How can we achieve this?
It's all about people and trust again. I'm keeping the thing. It's extremely difficult to implement it. But the first thing is to show that this kind of bureaucracy has a purpose. Okay, so the first thing is to align on the mission and show what can we do together. We are working on the same way. We try. The pathway is a challenge, and we want to do that together. Okay, and that means that how we are organizing. Then at the SAL, okay, the TTO, we have one person for one reserver, meaning you will speak always with the same person so you can build trust easier. Okay, we try to explain, we are not following processes, okay? People play with me and say you are a poor manager because you don't have processes. But the thing is, I'm an engineer by training, so I'm focused on the solutions. And so if a group approach me and saying, I want to licensing this to a company, I will try to do my best to see how to help them. I will not enforce my process, okay? Maybe the pitch is, we are partners, okay? And this is the thing that we are trying to build up together as a partners. In some cases, the patent is the critical tool that you should use, but we can use open source, we can go for spin-off, we can speak with the companies, we can amplify your work in open source. This is the kind of thing that we aim for, and to help researchers to do what they want, align it with the mission of the INESTEC.
Thank you. Yeah, we have, now, you see? Two. Antonio, you were the fastest to put his arm up.
Thank you very much, Antonio Batista from CES. Daniel, I think I have a quick and hard question for you. I really like both pitches, but my question is from the second one. The marketplace of ideas. It is a vision, as you mentioned. Might we have a chance to materialize that vision in an operational way? I just give two hints to connect better the centers and the ground up of ideas from the centers, the domains, and the tech force. What is your opinion to how you envision that operationalization? Sorry.
Okay, interesting question.
Daniel, sorry, let me just, for sake of time, can we have both questions so that you can answer?
Bring it.
Also because the mic is near, so.
Okay.
This is an in-house question. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm taking, maybe it's a combination of the three of you, because we mentioned focus, we mentioned that we should be having more contract with industry, and you discussed about the importance of IP, and IP is not part of our financial. So how can we focus on really getting more value from the IP we generate? Can this be the route for the contracts that we are not getting? And by focusing, and as been discussed, that our national companies are now dependent on funding, and so how can we say no at a certain point? Okay, this is not the route we want to follow. We really want investment, and we really want to choose the partners with whom we want to collaborate. Are we learning some lessons from the collaborations we are getting in these projects? So this is not a unique question, if any of you wants to answer.
Okay. Thank you very much. So for the first one, Antonio, I see Inestec as an ecosystem builder, okay? Internally, for instance, we can have, like other institutions have, general scientific meetings, meaning that people from different centers come and present their work. That is way, as for instance, for my past in I3S we had, and so I am presenting things about immunology to immunology experts. Okay, that is quite a fear moment, but I learned a lot in these moments and help to bridge and to find synergies. And externally, I think that the Inestec building up ecosystems like Inestec Ocean and other things with university, with the startups around, ideas will start to flow. Okay, but we should bottom up. For Rita question, I see IP can work in both ways. The first one, IP is about a proof of capability. So many times, as you know, we show to companies that we did this patent and so on this technology, but many times they are interested in slightly different technology or product. And so this is, okay, the patent will be dropped, but we get in, okay? There are big corporations that ask for CV and tech transfer and IP, so it's kind of a credential. This is a rule that IP can have. The other one is the use of background. Nowadays we are just listing some background and we are not accounting that in a very accurate way, and that connects with the first presentation. We can start to try to experiment to quantify cost-based. We should have an idea, but also complement that with two certified methods also that are the proxy method. So we have to find similar softwares and IP and check their price, and also look for the value added of this IP. And these start to approach to certified IP evaluation methods that the financing world are asking for, namely in the US and China.
So we are running out of time for this first group, so we should have a break now. Leave it for it, okay? Should have a break now, and so that we can start. So since we are getting a bit delay, I'm going to ask the organization asked me to ask you to be back in 15 minutes, so not so that we can recover a little bit of time to continue with the second part. Thank you very much, and thank you for our presenters. Bom, vamos então retomar as apresentações e o debate. Pediram por questões de tempo mudar um bocadinho o modelo. Nós vamos fazer as 3 apresentações seguidas, depois vamos fazer o debate conjunto, ok? Até porque há aqui coisas que são interligadas e, portanto, vale a pena, se calhar, debater. Quer dizer que vocês podem pôr as questões depois a um ou até mais do que um dos apresentadores. De modo para não agravar mais o atraso, chamava já ao palco o Filipe Teixeira. Sorry.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Filipe Teixeira. I'm here to talk about this paper on from research to policy. And when I say policy, is public decision making and how we can increase our role. So we all know our main mission at Inestec, but I think we can increase our role in shaping the public policy, the regulation and standardization activities. And I will focus the presentation in 3 topics. The first one, how we can enhance our external interface with this public policy. I have picked four actions. So the first one is policy contribution, so actively participating in policy design, evaluation, and fostering through advisory boards, and also some calls that we receive from our regulatory authorities, so trying to participate in all of these calls to create this public awareness of what we do. Then to lead some standardization activities, so we can shape how the standards are created, how the technologies interact with each other in areas where we are very strong in terms of energy, communications, and especially AI, where there is a lot of room to shape the future and the laws that are being done. Decision-making presence, so some healthy lobbying in how these regulatory frameworks and funding agencies can operate. And for example, the position papers that we have published in the Blackout, I think they are very good for increasing our public voice and our public awareness of what we do. So we have some long-term benefits on this approach. We have a greater influence in our regulatory bodies. I think it's important. We increase our visibility and credibility, something that was discussed in the morning talks. And this attracts also the best talents and new collaborators that see Inestec as not only as a research institute, but as an institution with impact. So this long-term social impact can be seen in the long term, and to achieve this, I have set 3 points for next steps. So first one, to establish a policy and standards office. So it's not a new service, but an office that can focus on this policy and standardization bodies. The second one is to recognize and reward researchers that actively collaborate, and most of this effort is not based in projects. This is something that is sometimes out of the scope of the projects. And also to keep publishing these position papers or watch reports aligned with Inestec's strength, for example, in grid resilience and also communications, AI regulation, energy transition, and so on. So that is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Ricardo.
Okay, good morning. Okay, I have slides. Good. So I will have to see the slides because there are too much text. So I will talk about first the context on this position paper. So part of this context is this fundamental research is being very constrained by industry needs. So we are starting to have industry very driven by short-term projects, quick wins, and this is very difficult to handle from our side because their expectations is not the same we need. And then we are starting to have startups that are replying to these needs with this agility to reply to this demand from the industry, and industry seeing them as also a source of innovation. And that's also for us somehow a competitor to our work. So I cannot see the slides from there. I need to use glasses. And digital technologies, they are changing the landscape, and this is changing, and it will change the way we do research. And this will happen much more quicker than we expect. And so we have to adapt very quickly also to these new technologies. It's not just generative AI. Everyone is talking about generative AI, but it's not just that. So we need to adapt the way we do research. So I propose here, I think, four things. One is to replace the cross-cutting challenges we have now that was on FCT application by thematic lines. And those thematic lines, they need to be validated by our peers. So they need to be peer reviewed by the community. So they should not be just proposed by us, because otherwise we miss what is being done outside. And with this feedback, we can also improve these research lines. They should have industry as co-creator, but as part of membership of a large program, like other institutions have this. And then another one of these pillars is to have this systematic strange. So it shouldn't be individual researches or individual ideas. This needs to be above even the center's level. So this needs to be a systemic approach. And then we need to do fast prototype, because that's one of the problems, and is related with the context on the startups. We need to deliver very, very quickly MVPs to industry to show results, iterate on them, and then continue this pipeline of research outcomes. When I came to INESC, in the Center for Power and Energy Systems, there was this idea of a pipeline of research, and we need to recover that idea. And then on the third point is on open source. So open source is a way, because we need to keep neutral in terms of technology. So we cannot take sides on technology. And the fact we are neutral is an advantage compared to other institutions and also to companies. I see companies as competitors, by the way, because they have R&D departments, they also do R&D. We cannot forget that. This is becoming more common nowadays. So open source is a way of being neutral and also enabler of innovation, but it's also a way to contribute to social good. And we have to think on open source of social good, and there are benefits, and even monetary benefits from that. And finally, which is the evaluation metrics. So we need to go beyond publications, beyond technology transfer, beyond intellectual property. We have to consider other evaluation metrics that cover the fundamental knowledge we create. So we are competitive when we can create new fundamental knowledge. If we copy the knowledge from the others, or we are based on knowledge of the others, we lose our competitiveness in the academic domain. And we need also to measure how we contribute to the ecosystem and we generate the impact. So there are tangible metrics that can be used to measure this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ricardo. And I think your presentation also.
Okay, so I'm going to be talking to you about data. You know, data is at the center of everything. We know data very well, and industry, data fuels industry, from business processes to innovation, product or service innovation, and most of the time to decision-making processes. So data is what really fuels industry and propulses industry forward. But what we've seen working with companies is that most of the time they don't know what to do with data. They have a lot of it, they collect a lot of it, but whether it's by relying too much on technology or whether it's for a lack of governance for the data that they have and the systems that they have, we've seen that companies don't really know what to do with it. And parallel to this, we have collaboration and sharing, which I think, and I think that we as researchers know, and we at CES know, that innovation ecosystems are really what drives innovation forward, and it's really what brings new ideas to life, right? So how do we combine these two? How do we combine the beauty of data with the beauty of collaboration? And that's the idea that some folks at the European level and in collaboration with European Commission and a lot on the German side with the Data Spaces project. And the Data Spaces, you can think of it as a marketplace not of ideas but of data. How can we exchange data in a way that it's sovereign, in a way that it's rules-based? So that's the thing that we are all developing, INESTEC included. We are in a lot of groups that are developing the Data Spaces idea, not just from the technical side of view, the technical perspective, but also from the governance and the creating of ecosystems, which is the real point here, which is how do we bring companies into these ecosystems? How do we bring companies into these places, although virtual, are the real places where innovation takes place? And a lot of projects are focusing on this top-down perspective, where they're building the ecosystems, they're developing the technical constructs, the technical infrastructure, but they're forgetting that a lot of the companies don't have the data maturity needed to be part of these ecosystems in a way that it's value-driven, in a way that actually delivers value to their processes. So we changed this. We are tackling this process in with a bottom-up approach. We are working directly with companies. We are developing services that transform their business processes into more data-driven processes so that they can, when entering these ecosystems, really derive value from it. And what does INESTEC gain from this? I think it's, for us, it's very clear. We need data, right? And data is generated by these people, by the industry that is working on hard problems every day.
by being at the center, by being the epicenter for the creation of these ecosystems, we have a privileged position to get this data, whether it's for free, whether we buy it, it doesn't really matter, but we are at the central point where this data is created, collected, and we can make use of it for our innovative processes. So it's a dual gain position, I think. We push the industry forward, and we gain a lot of this data for our own purposes. So thank you.
Thank you, Enrique. Three reasonably different presentations with different topics, but also very complementary. One more on our policy influence and policy intervention from INESC-TEC. Another one very focused on this challenge that is resulting from the growing competence of the market, of companies into the research and innovation landscape, which means that it's time maybe for us to go up a little bit more, to focus more on that. And also this how can we take advantage of data and contribute for an effective and real utilization and data sharing by companies, because I would say that the technical part is the easiest one, and all the other things, the trust, the security are the big challenges. So as I said, this new format allow us to, we have an eager participant already. So this format allows us to put questions to covering the three topics, or even combining in one question, addressing the question for more than one of the speakers. So think, because at this point in time, I can shut up because I have already here an participant in the discussion. Can we please hear? Thank you.
I wanted to make a very quick remark on the first presentation, and before there may be other comments on it. I think that in the afternoon we are going to have a position on engagement. Is that right? Yes. Yeah. I think there may be some things that are important and have been happening at INESC-TEC that we are not putting across and letting people know. And one of them definitely is that we have a Foresight and Public Policy Office at INESC-TEC. It was created already a few years ago. And we have excellent news on that office that we haven't still made public throughout the organization. But you have all heard, the first question today was from Joana Almodóvar, who is over there. And she joined INESC-TEC on the 15th of December. And she's the new head. September, I said? December. Okay, so I'm clearly thinking about something, not sure what.
It's a Christmas gift.
But so she's the new head of the office, and she's joining us from a position in the Ministry of Economy. And I'm sure that she can tell you a little bit about the suggestions and the questions that you mentioned there. But those are priorities that we share and that we have already been working on a few of them. I think that you raise some new issues related to participation in certifications and standardization processes. And so there are a number of policy intervention avenues that we have not been focusing so much on. But there are quite a few that we have. But definitely we are not conveying that message as effectively as we could.
Thank you. Joana, there, please.
Thank you, João, for your words. Just to build on your presentation, which I fully agree with, let me just challenge the whole colleagues, the whole team, for the importance to map the current contacts and the collaborations that are already maintained through INESC and through your activities, either research or industrial or innovation activities, and to reinforce this idea that INESC actually has a very strong knowledge base, meaning scientific and technological. And this knowledge is actually really useful on the public policy side. So you have a long-standing reputation of collaborating with firms and with some public services as well, from public administration. But again, on this dimension of policy engagement, there is room for improvement based on your existing knowledge. So I think we believe that it can be a quick win in order to strengthen this position and the role that INESC may have on the public policy side. Thank you.
Thank you. More comments, questions from the audience for the three presentations? No? So yeah, one here.
Thank you. I have one question. First of all, let me thank all three of you. I like your presentations very much. Ricardo, the question is related with open data and open source. You talked about the monetizing of or having money about it. I would like to hear a little bit how this can be done. And from your side also, how can the data, how can we sell data, or should we sell data or sell data with visualization APIs? Yesterday we have an interesting presentation at faculty from Redes, which they use a new open data hub, and it's extremely interesting. I invite everybody to visit it. It's very interesting. But the data itself doesn't mean anything without the visualization that they have. Is it in that sense your proposal? Thank you.
Yeah, I think it depends on the business model you have to define. There are good examples in our area, but I mean, you can do it in terms of thinking on money. You can do it internally. So you have an internal need. You need to develop something, and you start an open source project. This is happening in our area. IBM is doing this. Hydro-Quebec is doing this. Alliander is doing this, and they have the advantage of not being an hostage of the vendors. So maintenance and everything will not be at super high prices. So that's one thing. For us, we are not an end user. We can be in some cases, but we are more a provider of these solutions. And when you think on this, you have to think like we do in other things. You can sell it as a service, software, like development on the top of open source. You can also license the software if it is a dual license, like we have made in one case, and there are other cases in other centers. But you can also raise money like a startup. I mean, there are two examples. One is Kubernetes. Kubernetes is an open source project. All of us, we are not aware of that because we think they do a business out of it, which is true, but it's an open source project. In energy, in Linux Foundation, the second project is Everest. Everest is EV, and then the rest. EV is electric vehicles. They raised 6 million euros in a time of four years, more or less. And they are the second most successful open source project. So I think in the end, there is a world beyond what we know that we need to explore on open source. I had a negative time, and the negative time do not allow me to pick. The last point was the Easy Rider part there. And so Easy Rider, Dennis Hopper was the director. He was very proud that there was no cocaine in America before the movie. He was proud there was cocaine in America after the movie. Of course, he was a consumer. That's why he was also happy. But in the end, he created a trend. He created a trend. And I think the lesson is, in this institution, we need to create trends. And so open source is a way of creating trend, because you publish a paper, your paper can be very, very good. No one cares about it because you didn't reach the final user, the edge somehow. So you publish a paper, you have a very good software, open source software. The chances of this result reaching industry is much higher than if you don't do that. So of course you need to do it well, and we need to learn how to do it well. We need to learn with others, and you learn it with trial and error. So you'll make errors, of course, but you have to learn from our errors. So the thing is, we need to create trends, and open source is one instrument to create these trends. Is not cocaine.
So regarding data, we see data as really as the raw material, right? And the technical infrastructure that we work with The data is really at the bottom layer of it, and then on top of it you have services that organizations like Ineshktech or software providers can also offer to the ecosystem to really derive value from the data. And it's not just services, it's vocabularies, is a way of making sure that data is connected. There's a lot of mechanisms to make sure that the data the raw material that is being traded is actually value-oriented and can create value for everyone in the ecosystem, not just the producers of data, which can also be consumers, but everyone in the ecosystem. And that's why I think Ineshktech has a privileged position, because we develop technology, we can fuel these ecosystems, we can bring companies into these ecosystems so they can become the cornerstones of those ecosystems. But we can also provide the tools to actually make that data a value added for organizations. And actually, a lot of open source tools are used for these exact purposes. So we use open source tools to provide the technical infrastructure to build these digital ecosystems, and then we provide the services. And when we provide the services on that ecosystem, we create value for everyone. So we provide the tool, which is the easy part, like we were talking about, and then we create value from it. And we integrate, when we actually are able to integrate those into business processes, so we can create new and more innovative products and services, that's where real value is gained. So,
thank you. Mobile here in front.
So, in fact, if we think about the way of funding Ineshktech, we need to understand the needs of the industry and the needs of the future for this industry. And what I believe is very, very important, and we already have done that in the past, is and I like the idea of the pipeline, but it's more than the pipeline. It's a puzzle. You need to think out. We need to think about a puzzle that fits the needs of the industry, and in this way develop the projects that are capable to deliver what the industry needs inside that puzzle. And so this is something that needs to be done, and I would like to hear you, this is for you, Ricardo. How do you think this can be done? Because this involves many actors, and I think this is very important, and this is the key for the continuation of our success.
Well, this goes back 20 years in time, because when I came to UNESCO, was this trend on the pipeline, and then another trend more on industry. But I think we have to think into things. One, industry is not the same anymore. Industry is changing. And it's changing towards more efficient in the use. They need to be more efficient in the use of resources. But they are starting to have the internal R&D departments. Not so much here in Portugal, but we are only delayed from the others. And so we'll have to compete. I always say we cannot compete against industry. More or less, we should not compete against them in services and in things that are not research, but we will end competing with R&D with industry. One example, France. RTE is in our area is completely dominating the whole R&D landscape in France. You cannot do nothing in university without involving them. They pay much better than academia. They can attract the best human resources. And so we have to, the way we collaborate with industry, we need to start with this assumption. We need to be also competitive compared to them and offer them something they don't have. How we do this, and this was in my perspective disposition paper, we need to work with them in long-term goals. If we go to short-term goals, we are done. We need to work with them in long-term goals. A country that is doing this is China. China have a long-term goal in several sectors. They are working closely with academia. They are getting non-Chinese human brains to work on that, and so they have a long-term goal and they are doing this together. We have to do the same. Countries are doing this, not China, is Canada. Canada is putting some flagship projects and they have this goal. So this idea of these thematic lines with industry as a membership, so it's not directly funding, they want to be part of the group. This is, in my opinion, is the best way exactly to address that. Yes, exactly.
We have now Encore.
Yes, so I wanted to come back to Philippe because no one did. And so I was really very happy with your presentation, well, also with yours. But because you came to it from an independent origin and an independent path, and actually the priorities that you highlight are very similar to the key ideas that we have been putting into the office. And so having that kind of independent validation from one of our researchers somewhere out there at Inestec, I think is very important for the work that we are doing. And so I wanted to ask you if you can shed a bit of light on your thought process, how you got to those ideas from your experience as a researcher, and understanding that the office is in place and it is there to very fast interact with you and help you along those lines. What do you feel is a priority in terms of how we should be engaging with the researchers inside the Institute? And what are priorities in terms of then how we can bridge to policy stakeholders?
So thank you for your comments. I think the main reason that I got this topic was the blackout. So in a very, very short time, Inestec was at the televisions. They were explaining what happened. We had the position papers. And I think that gave us an advantage over other institutions. So I think this media appearance, even if it's sustained, I saw 2 days ago Antonio Gaspar was making also a debate on defense activities. So this presence in media helps to shape the policies that we can derive. So this was the key aspect to bring these topics. So I think this kind of visibility in certain key areas, maybe we can try to foster it from the researchers' part to try to make, even in standardization bodies, so from time to time ANCOM asks CTM to be involved. Maybe we can foster those activities from the fundamental research, or at least the senior researchers that we have, to try to think in policy propositions and then going from bottom to the authorities. So if we on all of these calls, if we tackle these topics, I think we can go in that direction.
Jorge, yes.
Eu sou o Jorge Pinho Sousa do SES.
English.
My comments are for, yes. My name is Portuguese. My comments are on the words by Philippe that I really appreciated. I think your suggestions are extremely good. And I'm making this comment due to the fact that I've been for a long time leading a small research line on mobility and transportation. And the idea is we have a lot of occasional and contacts with municipalities, different types of authorities and public stakeholders. And we are really not extracting or exploring these occasional opportunities. And I look forward to talking with Joanna, that I didn't know until today, because I think that to take the best and use those contacts, we need to have probably a more structured approach to these public actors in, I would say, a more systematic and broad way. I'm having some ideas from what you're saying, but I think this is something to explore in line with other things that are being done and probably with the work by João. I don't know if you have any comment on that.
Yeah, I agree with your comments, and thank you for sharing. I think this path can make us to diverse our incomes. So if we go from policies, then we will be asked from some companies to build our opinions and give our thoughts. So I think it can be a good alternative to funding to make this kind of new services. We already do it, but make it more prominent. Thank you.
Thank you. So, time is up for the discussion, but this only sparks and shows how we should leverage and continue these discussions afterwards. Let me just highlight something that it was mentioned but not really discussed, which is this, and it will be weird for you to hear me saying that, but I really believe that in the mid-long term, INESC needs to position more upstream. Precisely because what Ricardo said, industry companies are becoming more capable. The interface between applied research and market uptake has been worked a lot already in the last years. And we probably, as usual, when the market occupies, then we need to move a little bit upstream. And namely, to work better the interface, because the problem is usually in the interface between fundamental and applied research. For example, things like proof of concepts or prototyping, as Ricardo said, that would be not to the market, between fundamental and applied research, but also to go the other way around, which is much more difficult, which is to give indications to fundamental research of challenges where we don't have scientific knowledge, or we think there is not there. So, and this dialogue is not very easy, I can assure you. So these are things that I think it will be very important for us in the future. And the last comment is saying that if we go from pipelines to puzzles and multidimensional matrix in so many areas, not only in energy, probably cocaine will help us to visualize that future. So thank you very much. I will give now the floor to Clara to make the wrap-up of this session.
Okay. So I'm between you and lunch, I'm sorry, and already with very negative time. I will try to use the same 6 minutes of fame as Danielle did in the first panel. So again, it's a pleasure to be here again and to have the opportunity to participate in this strategic meeting. In this morning, we dedicated to the discussion of how INESC should position itself in relation to public authorities, to industry, and also to our funding models and how this also limits or help us shape this relation. Okay, we started the first panel with a very deep discussion on our funding strategy. And this is a very important topic considering the point that we are very close to the end of the Resilience Fund, and so we really need to define our strategy for the next 3 to 5 years. And in this sense, Philippe proposed to have a very balanced, a very coherent, as a sustainable growth. This, of course, is very important, but I will challenge you also to be ambitious, okay? Because we need to be ambitious if we want to set targets to our activity. So I'm not just doing a wrap-up, I'm taking the opportunity also to challenge you, sorry. And this is also aligned with the motto of today and where we are today. So we should run as Rosa Mota and we should be as resilient as Rosa Mota. So be also bold in setting this strategy and these new goals. Of course, we should not tend to grow and to continue this growth. This should be, of course, sustained in terms both of the team and on the funding. On the other hand, Marta proposed that this funding mix is based also on European funding and on direct contracts with industry. And there, I think, as a community, we have a lot of work to do, because it's also important to have a strategy for that relation. We need to find the right partners, not the ones that don't want to pay us or that we need to reduce the costs. Please don't do that. So we need to find the right partners and the right puzzle on how to interface and how to collaborate with these partners. And I would say some of them are even willing to support us on the fundamental research and on the PhD students. So we need to build this puzzle of collaboration, where we also need the pipeline. We should go forward than this thinking, but the pipeline associated to the knowledge valorization is an important point, because it allows us to define how we can collaborate with the industry, and also considering the needs of the industry. We need to understand which are the long-term challenges, as Ricardo told us, but we also need to understand the challenges that such industry is facing. Finally, I would like also to bring here one of the papers that was not presented, but that was proposed by Ricardo Miguel, that does a very interesting suggestion for tripling our European project funding. And this is also based on building our capacity to prepare those funding opportunities. So, but I will also add that this funding, we should also challenge our services to go through this funding to support some of our more strategic lines on knowledge valorization, on internationalization, and so on. So we need to do this also as a group. Finally, in the first panel, we also discussed the issue of knowledge valorization, and we got a bad news that the marketplace is dying. I think some of us already knew that, and this is also very aligned with this idea of the gap that there is between what we do and what the results in the end of the project and what the company expects as a product. And so this idea of the prototyping, of having capacity to really build a quick MVP is something very relevant, so that we can improve our capability to transfer technology to industry. On the other hand, Daniel also proposed this idea of valorization of our IP and having this in our results. It's also a very interesting proposal, but it means in the pipeline we really need to map what are the valorization strategies of our results and to try to translate this in real and credible values. And this is quite challenging, as some of you know. In the second panel, so we got a bit deeper on our strategy for research and for collaboration with industry. And so here, Ricardo proposed to revise our cross-cutting challenges to have a more structured long-term research plan for 5 to 10 years with specific objectives which are evaluated by our peers, and also with specific KPIs. This would allow us, discussing this in the scientific community and in industry, would allow us also to build up a strategy in long term that provides us the capability to discuss policies and to discuss funding strategies, so it would support our policy development strategy. Another paper that was not presented here by Habib also suggested that each one of us should be an ambassador. And this is a very interesting idea. So we need also to work on how we communicate in ENASC outside. This needs to be a work that we need to continue to do. Instead of projecting small groups, we need to project the name and the results of ENASC as a community. And this is a mission that every one of us has. Going for, I'm sorry, but this is not helping me, so I'll need to okay. So going from the policy side, and again, we are also taking the right steps on this. Philippe raised our role to contribute to policy development, to support regulation definition, and to contribute to standardization. We already do this, but in a very, let's say, point-to-point and in very specific areas. And so what we expect is now to have a strategy that could help us to take this to other areas and to have a more structured way of providing this support. So finally, in this morning, we all agree that we need to increase our influence nationally and in Europe, but this is also need to be done with a strong call for internal transformation, from capacity building, professionalization in terms of proposal preparation and project management, and also on a very important point, that is, centers need to collaborate more. Centers, we need to have these multi-domain challenges and research challenges, but also multi-domain projects with industry, where we actually will all gain from that. And in that sense, I forgot here the presentation of Enrique, and I will go back there. On the industry side, we had here a very specific proposal for data management, which is very important for industry, but I would like also to challenge you to go a bit further than that and think from the competencies that we have in INASC on the other centers, how can we support you to improve in terms of contributions to the sustainability of industry and even to the challenges on the value chains that we just started discussing in the morning. Okay, so taking and to finalize the morning, I would like to end as we started to say, okay, we need to run and be resilient as Rosa Mota, and at least during this morning we did well, I believe. Let's see if we can keep up in the afternoon. So we will need to keep moving to lunch, but I would like to invite you to visit also the exhibition that we have outside that will lead you through the 40 years of INASC Tech, okay? This exhibition will then be also in the different buildings of INASC on the next few months. I cannot promise that we will have Superboc, I'm sorry, but I believe the food will help us to maintain the creativity for the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, welcome back. So I was not supposed to be here at the beginning of the afternoon, but we had organized a surprise moment for the end of the afternoon, but our surprise moment was surprised during the day by a change of plans from one of the actors of the surprise, and so we needed to bring this moment to earlier in our agenda. So as you know, we have already discussed that this morning and framed what we are doing today as part of that this morning. We are celebrating the 40th anniversary of INASC in Porto this year. And throughout the year, we have been reflecting, discussing, engaging with, and even strategically modifying the ambition that we have in our purpose, in our values. We have looked at our history that has allowed us to work hard on an important effort, which is to get a better understanding of where we stand and where we aspire to go. As you know from the history of INASC Tech, and INASC initially is really a collective endeavor, essentially of faculty that in the 80s decided to do something different for science and innovation and for the economic and social development of the country, also as a part of its international arena. So a community that is both broad and dynamic is at the essence of everything that we do. But there is a special place in our community for some special people. And today, in addition to celebrating our community, we want to highlight two of our members that have been especially impactful in the life of INESC-TEC. And those are our past two presidents, Pedro Guedes de Oliveira and José Manuel Mendonça. The board of directors of INESC-TEC decided earlier this year to create in the institution the title of Chairman Emeritus, in Portuguese, Presidente Emérito of INESC-TEC, and we have decided to confer on each of them this title. This is humble recognition of their service, their leadership and vision in the institution, all the contributions that they have had to shape the identity and history of INESC-TEC, and it's a greater service for us that they will, if they won't use this title, then a service for them that we are conferring them the title. So I would ask Pedro and José Manuel to come on stage and join me. There will be more opportunity for those who don't spend it all now. So we prepared a brief overview of what were the periods of the presidency of each of them. And I want to thank Gabriel, who unfortunately cannot be with us today, and also Isabel, and a few other people that were contacted to bring together some of the things that I'm going to tell you next. So starting with Pedro. So Pedro moved a few years ago from the University of Aveiro to the University of Porto. And when he did that, he was already a senior researcher at INESC at the time. So in 1991, he became the leader of INESC Norte at the time. And this was the name that the Porto and Braga branch of INESC had at the time. This was how we were known at that time. So when he assumed the leadership of INESC Norte, then he played a very decisive role in the reorganization that structured INESC into its 5 institutes. And this led, of very direct relevance for us, to the creation of INESC Porto in 1998, with the University of Porto initially as the main associate, and the INESC Holding also as an associate and a partner. As chairman of INESC Porto, he brought a vision to our institute, and he was able to expand and realize this vision, which was a vision of the institute as an arm of the university for research, technology transfer, and innovation, covering the entire knowledge value chain. So something that is very present still nowadays in how we see ourselves, how we understand ourselves, and how we communicate ourselves. And time proved Pedro absolutely right. Another cornerstone of his vision was the recognition of university professors for their contributions to research and knowledge transfer within the university ecosystem, feeding back then also into the educational mission. Becoming an autonomous institute, INESC Porto needed to be sustainable, needed to find its way, its identity as an autonomous institution, so it had to forge the right partnerships and focus on areas of true strength. At the time, telecommunications, power systems, optics, industrial management and engineering, digitization of public services. And one of the greatest challenges since then was to avoid falling into regionalism, and instead to embrace the understanding that our stage had to be international. So this was also the period when we first began participating more strongly in European initiatives. And all of this had to be achieved while safeguarding the sustainability of the institution, not an easy task. And we keep this discussion as we did this morning, and we'll continue through the afternoon. So Pedro also guided INESC Porto through some very important milestones. In 2001, we were granted public interest status. In 2002, we were recognized as associate laboratory by the Portuguese government, and this happened after we received an excellent rating in the first ever evaluation conducted by an international panel in Portugal. In that same year, we inaugurated our new headquarters in Esprella. His leadership was never only about building an organization, it was more than that about instilling a mission and the conviction that research and innovation are instruments of public service and national development. Even after his presidency ended in 2005, Pedro never left our side. He remained active as a researcher and advisor, above all, as a voice of wisdom and reflection. He keeps reminding us that our strength lies not only in scientific excellence, but also in our capacity to renew ourselves, to embrace new generations, to remain faithful to our founding values. He continues to serve in very important roles for INESC-TEC. On the one hand, as a member of the board of our holding of INESC in Lisbon, but within INESC-TEC as the chair of our ethics committee, a very important new initiative in recent years, and also as the chair of the organizing committee of the Autumn Forum, which will be this year the highlight of our commemoration of our 40th anniversary. It's the 10th edition of the forum that we launched when we were celebrating the 30 years. So here, the vision and the hard work in implementing a full decade of a very important part of our activity. So today, by granting him this title of Chairman Emeritus, we want to acknowledge the profound and lasting influence he has had on INESC-TEC. His leadership has shaped our identity, his vision has expanded our horizon, and his commitment has been essential to make sure that we became the institution that we are today, and that is an institution that is well regarded and respected both nationally and internationally. So Pedro, on behalf of INESC-TEC, we thank you very deeply, and conferring you this title, we do it as to symbolize our immense gratitude and our deepest respect and admiration. So we have a video.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, João, to start with, and thank you, INESC-TEC. In those situations, the words are always a bit excessive, but it's good to listen to them. It's an incredible honor to have been named as Chairman Emeritus of INESC-TEC. You know, I've had a very long career in the Academy, and I've been in Porto for more than 30 years now. And starting ESC Porto, it was definitely not something that anyone could do alone. There were lots of people absolutely essential to allow us to get independence. Just a small anecdote, a couple of months beforehand, before we became independent, at the meeting of the board of INESC in Lisbon, it had been said that INESC was having lots of economic problems and it was easy to solve them. Just stop INESC Porto, which is the reason why we have an enormous deficit. Well, that was not true. And we had a couple of people that were with us, had the courage to start, and among them, many of them are here, in the services, in the board, Artur, Mário Jorge. There were lots of people that have believed that this was possible. And it's to them that a great part of what João said is dedicated. Anyhow, it was a pleasure, and thank you very much. It's an incredible honor. Thank you.
And Pedro, for sure it's not a coincidence, but it's a convergence. Used the word courage in his intervention, and I have the word courage here in my notes as well. This first presidence of INESC-TEC is really marked by bravery and by courage. And after recalling that, it is only fitting now that we also recognize the leader who took up that legacy and carried it forward. And so now we turn to José Manuel. He chaired the board from 2005 to 2024, and he left a very decisive imprint on our institution. He developed what became known as the managed science model, as opposed to the PI, the principal investigator-based model, which is a cornerstone of how we work at INESC-TEC. And this model rests on two main pillars. It requires professional and competent support services, which were progressively established during his tenure, and it calls on researchers to adopt a team-oriented mindset under effective center coordination. Upholding the values of research freedom and solidarity demanded transparency in the institution, internal dialogue, which were institutionally reinforced through the bi-weekly centers meetings, something that he led and he made evolve with a great impact in the institution, as it continues to have nowadays. A second dimension of his vision was the national international standing of INESC-TEC. This led to the rebranding of INESC Porto as INESC-TEC and to the creation of deep threads of involvement, in particular with the Portuguese partnerships with American universities, which were key at a certain stage of development of the institute. And the third dimension was the pursuit of science with impact, science that makes a difference in people's lives and in the future of the country, which led to the establishment of partnerships in several industries, to our active involvement in public policy, our participation in public bodies, participation that reflected in many instances his personal involvement and the recognition of his personal qualities, but also the fact that his leadership remained firmly grounded on INESC-TEC. As chairman of INESC-TEC, he led the institution through a period of remarkable growth. New associates, the Polytechnic of Porto, University of Minho and UTAD, new research centers, expanded international projects, new partnerships with industry and society. He had to steer the institute through the national financial crisis, which was a true test of resilience and adaptability. And throughout all this, he insisted that INESC-TEC should remain outward-looking, connected to Europe and the world, while remaining faithful to its mission of serving Portugal. And he always reminded us that the true strength of INESC-TEC lies in its people, their dedication, their creativity, and their willingness to work together. Beyond INESC-TEC, José Manuel has been a key figure in shaping Portugal's science and innovation system, chairing national councils, international programs, collaborative laboratories, creating and guiding technology-based companies, and contributing to public policy at the highest level. His leadership has reached far beyond our institution, yet he and it always returned here to INESCTEC, his anchor, his home, where he now contributes, for instance, to the Foresight and Public Policy Office, and chairs, in particular, the INESCTEC Ocean Teaming Project. So, as we confer upon him this title of Chairman Emeritus, we are not only recognizing his extraordinary career, it's also an opportunity to reaffirm the values that he instilled on us: ambition, integrity, and a constant drive to improve. These values remain an important part of our DNA, as he so often reminded and reminds us, and propelling INESCTEC into the future. So, José Manuel, we express, through conferring of this title, our deepest thanks, and please receive it as a tribute to your vision, your dedication, a legacy that continues to inspire us all.
Well, thank you very much. It is a surprise. I'm stunned. Well, I knew maybe 10 minutes before, because it's because of me that you are taking it now and not in the end. Maybe it's better. Well, the first thought is that we were young. The second is, where are all those ties I was wearing by then? They are not needed anymore. And then the third is taking up Newton's and Hawkins' saying is that I just did what I did because it was on the shoulders of giants. Giants that were before me and giants that were around me. It was only possible because this is a teamwork, like Pedro said. It would be impossible to do in any other way. I'm not going to say names, because otherwise I took even more time than Pedro. Besides Pedro, many of you are here and you know who are the people. And then the last thought I would like to share with you is that I got addicted to INESC, because I was in the industry and I was abroad before coming to the University of Porto. Then I knew INESC. I was 10 years at INESC, And then I was challenged to go away for 10 years. And then I got back to INESC. And during those 19 years, I was, challenged and invited. And thank you very much, INESC Tech, because it made me not accepting those invitations, because I wouldn't be happy as I am and I have been, and I wouldn't be so able to help the country like staying at INESC with all of you. Thank you very much.
So in order for this to remain in time, we have put some words into a paper that is here and that we would like now to hand over to you. I don't think it's as rich and as heartfelt as what for sure is being felt in the room right now, but I think it will absorb a bit of the feeling that is out there, and it will remain with each of you also as a testimony of this ceremony. So, thank you. Oops, the right one. Yes, so this is good. I would also like to thank ESCOM for putting together the videos, doing all the hard work of finding these wonderful pictures. I think that we can also give these to both José Manuel and Pedro, and also for your flexibility in readjusting the schedule and making this happen right now. Thank you.
Okay, so good afternoon. After this surprise, let's go back to our original agenda. We have some papers that will be presented here. We are going to the theme one called Strategic Focus, Growth versus Stabilization. And I would like to call Susana Rodrigues to present the work entitled Growing Talent, HR as a Strategic Partner. Please, Susana, the floor is yours.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to say that from an HR perspective, one of our key responsibilities is to help to keep our people engaged, committed, and continuously developed. For some time now, we have been working behind the scenes in a continuous effort to modernize our processes, to digitalize operations, to become more efficient, and also strategically designing new practices and policies for HR. In a nutshell, we have been working across the entire HR life cycle. But as we look ahead, a key question remains: should the institution stabilize or continue to grow? Whatever the path, HR must be ready to respond. And that starts with the first step in the cycle, attraction. Attraction must be purposeful, not opportunistic. We need to know which skills and roles are truly critical for our institution. This means also to consolidate our employee value proposition, which is what INESC Tech promises to its people, is the value of working here. And this can go from our scientific mission, from our international collaborations, our working conditions, our culture. Other point important in attraction is recruitment. Recruitment in this context, it must remain fair, transparent, and inclusive. fully aligned with European best practices, such as the open, transparent, and merit-based principles, which is a recruitment approach that will make hiring fair with clear and open processes for everyone. At the same time, we must reinforce our international visibility. One concrete step in that direction that we are pursuing is our HR for Researchers certification. It's an European Commission award that will recognize excellence in human resources in research organizations. Our second priority is develop. Growth is only sustainable if we invest in people. We are building transparent and predictable career paths that are based on recognition and merit, with fair performance appraisal that will be linked to a competence framework and a clear goal-setting process. Development must also go beyond technical expertise. It should also cover transferable skills as recommended by international frameworks. If we cannot always guarantee employment, we can and we should promote employability. We will therefore promote mobility opportunities, continuous learning, and a culture where everyone can develop their skills and improve their career prospects. Finally, our third priority is about retention. Retention is about making people want to stay with us because they feel valued, they feel supported, and they feel connected. This means, for example, promoting flexibility, well-being, healthy working conditions, and just as important, we need to listen actively to our people and co-create a meaningful employing experience for our people that will build a strong sense of belonging. And just to close, our role in HR is to act as an enabler and as a strategic partner, ensuring that every new step in this scale is matched with stronger people practices, clear processes, and a resilient institutional identity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susana, and thank you for keeping the time. Now we pass to Isabel Macedo, which will present a work called Addressing Staff Engagement Gaps in INESTEC Internal Activities. Isabel, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Today, we have around 219 members of INESTEC community here. The room feels full, but this number represents less than 30% of our people gathered to debate our future together. And what is most striking? This is actually a higher participation rate than for most of other events or activities held this year. Team building, scientific sessions, workshops on entrepreneurship, ethics, even the activity result presentations all attracted far fewer participants. So, one might say this is a communication issue, and to this we can add that many colleagues don't read global emails, don't know or are unaware of basic information or key news about our institution, and often identify more with the centers or groups, even presenting themselves that way externally. But what if this is not just a communication challenge? What if this is a symptom that something deeper linked to culture and to management practices? This engagement gap is actually quite common in organizations that grow very quickly, as INESTEC has in recent years. Growth often brings distance, with people feeling less connected to the internal life of the institution. What might be causing this? Well, we have usual suspects, maybe. Heavy workloads, crazy deadlines, time pressures around event dates, or geographical dispersion across sites, which can create emotional distance. Some may feel that events are too many in number, with themes not relevant for their career development, or not offered in the right format or in the right language. Maybe it's a lack of awareness that participation and knowledge about INESTEC's life is expected, regardless of their generation or your connection to INESTEC. Maybe it's still the after effects of the pandemic, and with the weak onboarding that we had, and maybe the hybrid regime that reduced both formal and informal encounters. These are not isolated problems, and there may be others. Together, they shape how people fail to connect to INESC-TEC. So what can we do to close the gap? Well, we may start by rethinking feedback. Use quick polls, formal channels, or debates like this one, where we can try to understand what's going on. We can make sure activities bring clear benefits for careers, ensure themes are relevant, co-created with the audience, and presented in appealing formats. Maybe we should make clear to staff, researchers, students, and their managers that engaging in INESC-TEC activities is expected, it's valued, and it's visibly recognized. To conclude, in a world full of uncertainty, whether we continue to grow or stabilize, we need cohesion to remain resilient. And our people need a renewed sense of belonging, like Susanna was saying. I hope this resonates with you. I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your presence today.
Thank you, Isabel. Just to correct, 290 before lunch. After lunch, no, the room is still full. Well, now we will have Cristina Barbosa that will present social responsibility as a proposal for reflection in growth versus stabilization. Please, Cristina.
Good afternoon, everyone, shaping our future together while having a little fun along the way. On behalf of the Social Responsibility Committee, I am pleased to present our proposal. At INESC-TEC, growth and stabilization are not opposing forces. They are complementary pillars of a resilient organization. Growth only works when it rests on stable, fair, and resilient foundations, while stabilization gains purpose when it enables sustainable expansion. At the heart of this dynamic are our people. Our people. Researchers, staff, and leaders are the true drivers of INESC-TEC's impact. Their well-being, creativity, and commitment allow us to stabilize effectively while pursuing growth. Stabilization is more than structures. It includes motivation, career prospects, and fair working conditions. The committee proposed integrating strategy with two complementary frameworks: the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, reflecting global societal priorities, and Inner Development Goals, IDGs, focusing on the capacities and skills our people need. This ensures that growth is intentional, stabilization is meaningful, and every action delivers scientific excellence, societal relevance, and human development. To make this actionable, the 8 current working areas of the Social Responsibility Committee serve as anchors of integrating responsibility across INESC-TEC. Awareness, conscious decision-making, principles, ethics and transparency, employees, equality, development, well-being, environment practices with sustainable practices, society, inclusive engagement, market, innovation ecosystems, suppliers, responsibility and co-creation, and communication with authenticity and trust. The committee's proposal is clear. By integrating these areas across centers, service, and infrastructure, INESC-TEC can consolidate internal resilience while pursuing growth that is truly people-centered and sustainable. This is not about choosing growth or stabilization. It's about designing an hybrid path where both reinforce each other, strengthening INESC-TEC as a reference institution in science, innovation, and societal impact. Thank you all, growing, stabilizing, and learning together. Let's make it count. and having the time of our lives. Thank you. I also ask my social responsible committeers, colleagues, to stand up and say a nice wave to everyone. If you can please say hi. Hi. Lydia, stand up, Lydia. And where?
Thank you very much. Well, and because I like surprises very much, we had a few surprises today. I will introduce one surprise now. Instead of one person, we will have two persons presenting the next paper. So I call to the stage Bianca Banik and Marcela Mendes to present the work entitled Enhancing PhD Experience at UNESCO Tech, Building a Supportive and Collaborative Community. Please.
Thank you. Okay, so we are Bianca and Marcela. We are two PhD students from UNESCO, almost finishing our PhDs. And we tried to answer to this challenge posed by UNESCO Tech and try to think a bit about our experience as a PhD and see what ideas we have to improve this experience inside UNESCO. And okay, I think everybody agrees, and from what we heard here today, that PhD students are very important for UNESCO and for innovation and innovative research. However, the PhD experience a lot of times can be rather happening in isolation or full of uncertainties. And enhancing this PhD experience and the PhD journey can help keep us motivated during the PhD, but also after the PhD, can help people feel more integrated and also have better impact. And by presenting together here today, we're also trying to make a point, a bit symbolic, that we talk a lot about teamwork and collaboration and groups, but in the end, you end up doing a lot of things alone. And we want to advocate for groups work, pair work, and collaboration.
So our first proposal here is to organize interdisciplinary research groups where the PhD students are divided into clusters by the subject of their research topics, where they can exchange knowledge and also experiences among peers. And also organize a type of a mentorship program, peer-to-peer, where early career researchers and also postdoc can mentor and collaborate with PhD students, turning the journey more collaborative since the beginning.
Another point that we want to make is about skill building and career workshops. It's a practice in several universities and institutions that PhD students sometimes have to take on project management tasks, for example, or they start supervising other students, master students or bachelor students, and sometimes we don't feel prepared for that experience, so skill building could help PhD students have more confidence into taking on other tasks or starting after PhD with these tasks, which are very necessary in academia and in the research world. Finally, about network and community building, we propose encouraging international exchanges for PhD students and helping them build their network with peers, but then supporting them when they come back to the home institution to keep this network active. And here I want to point out the importance of informality. So having informal meetings with your peers that you know inside your institution or outside your institution can take you a long way and can foster collaborations from the start towards the career that you're trying to build. Thank you.
Okay, and to close this panel, I would like to call Rui Campos to present the work entitled Consolidate to Lead, Care for People, Innovate and Reform. Please, Rui.
Boa tarde a todos. Sorry, I was speaking in Portuguese. So the first point I had here was almost covered by everybody here. So I see it as a sign that this is really important, the care for people. But my main argument here is the following. The question was if we should grow or if we should stabilize. And in my perspective, the past experience of INESCTEC and also the international examples that we see point us to consolidation, let's say. So maybe we grew a lot in the last years, and now we need to somehow look at ourselves and see what we need to do better. And for the first thing that I'm proposing and looking into 3 priorities, the first one is exactly what my colleagues here already said. So well-being and work-life balance. I think this is the elephant in the room. Really, the elephant in the room. So it's not okay to work 12 hours, 14 hours. I have experienced this when I was at the coordination of CTM. We were already discussing this topic, and this is not okay. And the new generations are not okay with this. So we need to change this and look after people. So the other thing is what we see in companies, and for me, INESCTEC has become a R&D company, basically, and I see it like that. Not when I entered INESCTEC, but nowadays I see it as a R&D company. And if we look at what's happening in the world, AI is becoming a transformation engine, and I think we should look into that regarding the organization itself, how this tool should be embedded in the processes and how we work. Of course, everybody here is doing it for research, for writing texts, for discussing, for thinking, and so on, but I'm looking into a deeper way, let's say. And finally, related to these points, if we do this right, we need to reform somehow the organization. So maybe, and related to this, from my perspective, and since I'm involved also in the scientific domains and so on, I see that sometimes we have some dysfunctionality, let's say. We have overlapping things. And this also comes back to the first point. This puts more burden in people, overwork and so on. So I think we have lots of things in the organization. We have the scientific domains, we have the centers, we have the tech force, we have the services, but sometimes we are not, I think, working efficiently. So this is my take, let's say, and I think this should be done now. Maybe tomorrow will be late. That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you, Rui. Well, as you could find out, we have a panel talking about the dimension of people, persons. INESCTEC is just a building and tools without persons, so persons are the cornerstone of INESCTEC. So please, questions. Please introduce yourself.
Once again, so Philippe, thank you for the presentations. I would like to hear maybe around between all of the presentations 2 different questions. So Isabel raised the question of identity. So some people do not identify as the institution and only as a group. So how we can motivate people to be INESCTEC and promote it as a whole. And then second part, we have listened the morning that we are more efficient. Are we more efficient because we work too much? And that's some question for the talk of Rui. So what is the balance between the efficiency and overwork? So how we can balance that? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the questions first. Regarding the motivation of our people, I think we have to accept that we are a lot and we are too different. So we must and we should listen to the people. We should create policies that the ones that are related with well-being and benefits should be flexible, because there is no one-size-fits-all solution. And we should truly and genuinely understand what people really needs in order to not do what is today so-called happy washing. No, we need to go to the real problems that exist in organization. We will to equip our people to deal and to be more resilient, because we are growing too fast.
Okay, so my answer is just my opinion, and nobody else's. So this is my view about identity. I believe it's easier to have an identity of INESTEC, and it takes more work to have a different identity, because you have to build and maintain a sub-level of identity. And what I would recommend is, please start looking outside your work, everyday work, and maybe it's because of workload. Surely there are a lot of causes, but please try to remember that you're in an organization, that you can enrich your career, your life, just looking at what is going on around you. And INESTEC, because of its scale, can give you now other perspectives, other opportunities of collaboration, of knowledge, and start reading the emails. I'm not telling you to read the beep from the beginning at the end, but look what is going on. Be involved. I mean, this is an opportunity. If you were in a very small research group, you wouldn't have all the opportunities that you have here. And really, I think it's embrace the idea that we are a lot. Actually, we are not. We are big in international terms, but in European terms, we are not so big. Try to embrace the idea that we can make something different if we just come together and not working in some small groups. As for the efficiency and work-life balance, I truly believe that we have a lot of work and investment to do in the infrastructures that help us to work. And maybe it's not just a question of technology, but it's also a question of politics, of maybe care of what is already established, and you don't want to mess too much with it. But actually, sometimes you feel that you are restrained by things that should support you, actually. And I'm talking about technologies, systems, and even in the organization, the overlapped domain centers. It's all an heritage that we have, and we still have to work and try to have everything. It doubles our work, but that's my view.
So, one more question here.
Maybe this is a provocation, not a question, but if we advocate for life balance, maybe when we receive some institutional emails at the weekend, maybe we shouldn't. Are those really necessary? So we can schedule emails. And so some of these emails can be scheduled for morning, Monday mornings, and I think the small things can do something big. I don't believe in big changes. I believe that small changes can really be helpful, and I really think that you identified the elephant in the room. As a PhD, we are expected to do everything, but that is not true. And I believe that knowledge is really the strength of our organization, but I think we should also think in a way how we value the knowledge that we gather inside and how we can share inside. Because I think we all have knowledge that is valuable for other careers path, and I think that should be something that we should consider internally, how we share, because I think sometimes the weight is in the shoulder of a few, and maybe if we share, we could also share their load, and I think that would be better. But this is not a question, sorry.
Let me tell you that receiving hard emails on Monday morning sometimes it's not a good idea also. Please, Joana.
I have a question that is connected with Joana Coelho from Communication Service. I have a question that is connected to what Rita was saying and is directly for Rui. Based on your former experience with CTM, being CTM coordinator, you applied in your center the 4-day week. And I remember seeing, and we followed very closely some of the interviews that you've done during this period, and you advocated the work-life balance. What I wanted to understand is that, based on your experience, do you think this is something that we could apply for the whole organization? Was it feasible to do that?
Okay. First of all, the main idea that we had together with Philippe was to kickstart the discussion. So this was basically the purpose, not really to solve it immediately. And one conclusion that we got was that the path to improve this is to change the way we work. Less meetings, shorter meetings, planning, a lot of planning. This is important, I think. And of course, this is individual work, but also a collective work. We were discussing this over lunch. I can try to change, but if the system doesn't change, it will be difficult. And this was a challenge for us in the pilot, because we had 20 persons involved, but we had the center and the INESCTEC working the same way. So it was not easy. But the feedback that we had from the researchers was quite good. I would say that at least people was very happy without having meetings Friday afternoon, for example, so that they can focus on their work. And this is a problem. I think everybody here, I really feel that this is a problem that everybody here feels. So along the week, you spend more than 70% of your time in meetings or in discussions. And you have left 30% or less to do the work that you should do. What happens is that you work after hours or before the day starts. And this is not okay. We should change this somehow. And I'm not saying this is for the administration, this is for the center coordinators, this is for everybody. We should change this. And this is already starting to happen in companies. I see Deloitte and other companies are really discussing this nowadays. So, and if we don't have healthy collaborators, we don't do good work, I think. Or at least we achieve good or very good, but we don't achieve excellence, which I think we should try to do. We were also discussing some of these topics over lunch, and if you don't have time to think strategically, what you will be doing is to think about the short-term problems, right? And you don't have time to think about the really strategic problems like we are trying to do today, right? And I think this covers from the PhD student to the president of INESCTEC, in my opinion.
Thank you very much. I couldn't understand if the 4 days week work or not.
I tried to answer that question. I think it worked for the people that participated. I think people was very happy with it. As I was saying, they were at least happy of not having meetings Friday afternoons, or even because the pilot had 2 stages. The first stage was really every 2 Fridays we stopped. We didn't work. And in the last part of the pilot, we were just stopping at Friday afternoon. And of course, as I was saying, if you have the whole ecosystem around you working the same way, it's not easy to change everything. But at least some small steps were in place. And one thing that I think, for example, in CTM, this is my experience because this is the center I know the best. The meetings nowadays really start on time and really stop 90% of the time stop on time. This is a change that we were not able to do a few years ago. So maybe the online thing also helped a bit on this, but anyway, I think this is an outcome of the pilot as well.
Thank you very much. So before moving to the next panel, I'd like to make a question to Marcelo and to Bianca. You foresee that we should have PhD encounters between peers, and also postdocs. Do you see this important within the same area of work, or do you think this should be transversal to the whole INESC-TEC? It's a surprise. Both of you are going to...
Together. Synchronize. It's going to be a karaoke answer.
No, but the idea here is to organize some transversal activities. A part of the center that we belong, the doctoral program that we belong, where we can share a relevant literature, relevant methodology, and then we can enrich our discussions even with our supervisors. Mm-hmm. So I think that this support among peers will be helpful in this way. And it's important also for us to improve our self-confidence when we discuss about our research with our colleagues. So the idea here is to have this knowledge exchange among centers and different doctoral programs.
Okay.
Yes, and just to add to this, in connection to the comment before, I think the experience of being a PhD student can be overwhelming sometimes, and it depends a lot if you come to do a PhD after having some work experience, so you can estimate if the workload is too much, if there are some issues related to what you're doing. But when you do a PhD directly after your master, you don't have that kind of reference, for example. So it's important to have some sort of advice from somebody who has just been through this experience and that you can share with, to have a level of trust. I'm not saying that this cannot be directly with your supervisor, but it depends a lot on your relationship. So having a peer program can also ensure this apart from actual collaboration.
Okay, thank you very much. So, one question yet, the last one.
Yeah, it's directed to you both. And do you think the best way is that the organization provides space and the time and you organize yourselves? Or the organization should provide a kind of organization to call you and work together? How do you envision this type of thing?
I would say it should go both ways. So if there is a mechanism in place, it doesn't need to be something complicated. It can be something as simple as your supervisor helping you to find a peer and then making an initial contact, and INESC having this as a practice, no? I don't like to call it norm, but yeah, it's a mechanism that it's in place, and this is the tradition, no? When you enter as a PhD, you have sort of a checklist of things that you have to go through with your supervisor, let's say, and one of them is to have a peer that is an early career researcher or a postdoc, or just to give an example. But then, of course, it's up to you to maintain that. And it's also not mandatory. If you feel like it doesn't fit with the way you want to do your PhD, it's your choice in the end.
Yeah, even also meetings organized by the Institute, of course, where the PhDs are welcome, of course not mandatory, but welcome to come and discuss a safe place where we can discuss about our uncertainties and unsafe feelings, or even about the work and prepare it better with our peers inside NESC to share this knowledge and also to exchange this knowledge easily. Because nowadays, if we do not do it by ourselves, we won't do it at all. So if we have this inside our institute as culture, maybe it will be easier for the ones that do not have this initiative by nature, can be enrolled in some activities for PhD, for example, or, I don't know, in some enriched discussions.
Time has passed. I would like to thank you all for sharing your visions, and I would like to ask for a round of applause. Okay, without further delay, we will pass to the next session. And another surprise for you, and this is a good one. Our coffee break will be after this session. Of course, we had some changes in the agenda. It is fair. So now I would like to call on Professor José Marcos Santos to present his work entitled Proposal, Continue Growth and Focus Activity.
Good afternoon. In the 3 minutes, I try to pass my message. First of all, I'd like to say that my proposal is that we should keep growing. And I propose growing moderately, about 60% in the next 5 years, through moderate increase in staff numbers, FTE, substantial increase in productivity, turnover per employee. The numbers that we have seen are very, very low at this moment. Gaining critical mass, not in terms of persons, but in terms of production, scientific papers, patents, turnover, and all that, to be visible. We need to be visible from the outside and gain capacity to participate in the decision centers in Europe. And this, I think this needs, we have to grow a little more. And partnership with complement institutions or complement activity, because I think we have to tackle projects that are very multidisciplinary in nature, and we now the capacity inside to do all that. And you can keep growing more easily if we have joined others institutions in complement areas that we don't have inside. But also growing by focusing activity. What I propose is that we select 4 or 5 areas of activity, multidisciplinary in nature, where we have already expertise or can gain in short term very good expertise, and we make visible to the outside that we work in these areas. And I give some examples, like electrical and communication networks, industry and mobility, health technologies, blue economy and agriculture, defense, safety and security, energy, climate, and urban transition, to select 4, 5 of these. But we need also to reinvent the organization, I think, accordingly. First of all, I think we have to define what I call operational units. One operational unit for each activity that we have selected, so that there is a connection between our activity and the organization internally. And this operational unit should have a coordinator, should have probably a co-coordinator, a cost center, and it hosts the projects, multidisciplinary projects in that area that are offered to the outside. We should also have R&D groups, what I call R&D groups or expertise groups, which coincide to the scientific domains that UNESCO already has. And this would also be the formal organization of the persons, of the people inside UNESCO. And this should be expertise groups in areas where UNESCO already has, scientific domain already has, or can gain in short term very good expertise to work in the areas of operation units that I've referred before. This will have the PhD researchers, either from higher education institutions or contracted, also the PhD students and interns, and so on. People reside in these scientific domains. The members of each R&D group participate in projects either in the operational units with their own expertise that is required in this project, or inside the research groups that can also organize projects in their scientific domain strictly, and or for training purposes. I give some examples of R&D groups: artificial intelligence, bioengineering, communications, engineering and computer science, photonics, energy systems, robotics, systems engineering and management, cybersecurity, and so on. Most of them coincide with the ones that UNESCO already has. But this should be the basis of the organization of people, in my opinion. We also need service groups to help, and laboratories. And the projects will be hosted by, the multidisciplinary projects are hosted by the operation units, and the scientific domain strictly projects are organized inside the R&D groups. And this is my proposal.
Thank you very much. Now we have Ana Lemos to present the paper entitled Resilience and Innovation in Times of Uncertainty, the Future of UNESCO. Please.
Sorry, I'm a little girl. Good afternoon, everyone. I had the pleasure of working with Tani Leandro on this paper. I am very pleased to be here today to present our ideas. I'd like to start by thanking the organization for the opportunity to share our thoughts with the ESCTech community. Today, we want to explore ways to reinforce resilience and innovation in time of uncertainty, and discuss what this could mean for our future and to continue to grow. The current moment is challenging. Global instability, humanitarian crisis, limited budgets, and shifting European funding mechanisms create strong pressure on our sustainability. In this context, it is important to remember that ESCTech has, in this mission and this vision, a clear commitment to SDGs. We contribute daily for these goals, and to remain a leading institution in these goals areas, even during uncertainty, we propose reinforce both our resilience and our capacity to innovate. This starts with internal action. We suggest that internal resilience be reinforced through 5 key elements: strategic reserve funds acting as a financial buffer, agile governance, proactive risk management, internal audit, to ensure transparency and diversification of revenue. Together, this measure could allow us to anticipate challenge, respond quickly, and guarantee that science and innovation continue even in uncertain times. However, internal actions alone are not enough. We also need active external engagement. Technological philanthropy, alongside traditional funding, offers new opportunities. International foundations already support global missions aligned with our vision. From the clean energy transaction to digital health, ethical artificial intelligence, ocean protection, and climate action. By engaging with these initiatives, INESC could diversify income, reduce vulnerability, increase global credibility, retain talent, and continue to grow with long-term balance. To conclude, resilience is not just about resisting change. It's about growing stronger because of it. By coming our commitment to the SDGs with strong internal resilience and strategic external partnership, INESC will continue to ensure that science and innovation create impact even in uncertain times. Thank you so much.
Okay, now I would like to invite Susana Barbosa to present the work entitled Balancing Growth and Stability. Be careful, Susana. Thank you.
I'm going to be a bit provocative because I think you are not expecting otherwise. And I'm not exactly discussing growing versus consolidation, but I'd like to think about growth versus evolution. And I don't think we need to grow, but we do need to evolve. And what evolution shows us is that the most successful human beings on the planet, beyond humans, are dogs. And they are successful, and I could not resist to show my dear guest dog. And they succeed, not because they are the biggest, not because they are the strongest, and I believe not even because they are the smartest. They are the best ones because they evolved unique abilities to communicate between themselves and even with other species and to collaborate. So I think that if we want to evolve, this is a key thing to keep in mind. Not competing, but collaborating, particularly internally. And the second point is what I like very much to call the mathematics on non-finite quantities. And that is because our core business is actually knowledge, right? And knowledge is a non-finite quantity. And those are actually the most important ones in our lives. So if you have two kids, say, you love one the less because you have two. If you have knowledge and you give some knowledge to a student, will you be a little bit depleted in knowledge because you shared it? No, because these are non-finite quantities. So I think the bad news, is that we cannot keep growing indefinitely. That's not sustainable. No biological or physical system keeps growing in size sustainably. But we can keep growing in non-finite quantities. We should evolve and keep growing on quality, on excellence, on contribution, on value. And just don't want to finalize giving you my favorite summary for the mathematics of non-finite quantities. And that is that giving does not impoverish and withholding does not enrich. Let's evolve together. Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna, for this vision and for bringing your dog also. Well, now we have, let me check the last presentation of this panel. It's Antonio Batista that I invite to come to the stage to present the work entitled How to Support NASDAQ Community in an Emergent Poly-Crisis Context. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It is a great pleasure to be here, not just presenting this position paper, but it is to say that it is a collaborative work from our social responsibility team. Actually, this came out as a great opportunity because we have the rentrée after the vacation summer, and part of this is consolidated in this position paper. I will start not for a history lecture, but a timeline, yeah? A quick voyage to the last century, where we see several crises. From the financial crisis, the crash in the stock market in 1929, then we have the World War, the Second World War, the fascism. Then we have the Cold War. Then we have the oil crisis, the shocks, 73, 79. That is, tells me something, 79. Then 87, short after the creation of Inesc Tech in Porto. Then the dot-com, that says a lot to us. Even in 40 years' time of Inesc Tech, we have already seen a lot of crises. What is the main difference now? Is that the crises become shorter and eventually stronger in their intensity. Very recently, we have the subprime, even today, we talk about that. Then very recently, the COVID, the pandemics. We are living in a crisis of wars, yeah? Again, imperialism in Europe or in other places, so relevant wars. And the so-called triple climate crisis, and eventually others. So that is the context. We know that we live in a so-called polycrisis. Tensions, world tensions, war conflicts, different kind of disruptive environment like tariffs wars very recently, and other surprises. So in this context, what this means to us in two layers. In the left, the institutional challenges for our institution and the way that we are in the society. So for instance, mission-oriented challenges that we should address in this context to tackle this novel polycrisis reality, to foster impactful projects. With our own example, we saw already, for instance, the climate forces to us, the climate crisis for depollution, decarbonization, but also to be more resilient with sustainability roadmaps, even in our activity, for instance. And finally, on this part, to be proactive in adaptation, in a science-based resilience, and to prepare better ourselves. For in that context, we are more able to support our community, our society. To finalize on the right part, so what does this context mean in our collaborators or people? Well, a lot has been said before, prior to my presentation, that we, for instance, that is something that in the Social Responsibility Committee is really very sensitive and preoccupation topic, safety for our community, either in physical terms or in mental terms, so in laboratories, test beds, field work. Then to support the work environment, the well-being, a lot have been said also, the second topic. And finally, to be able to our community to be more resilient and alert, either in public health, in security regarding climate change, extreme events, so we should be more awareness and communicate better. Finally, to mitigate several constraints, and this is, we are living, again, a crisis, urban or real estate crisis, and this affects us, all of us, especially the youngsters, and that is something that preoccupates a lot. So we are already doing something, our organization. For instance, we should value the hybrid work, the remote work for that. And of course, for instance, I did not speak about that, but the inflationary oscillations. So the message that in bottom line, we should be more resilient, but be adaptable. And that goes straight with what the past presentation mentioned about, to evolve, to be adaptable. And thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, our time is short. First of all, thank you very much for your contributions and your explanations here. I would like to ask for the audience for questions. One already there. Microphone? No mic? No, it's over there. Thank you.
Hi, Philippe Ribeiro from CTM. The question is for Professor Marcos dos Santos. I'd like to address the part of growing 60% over the next 6 years. We know today that UNESCO has a budget of about 40 million euros, and we now know also that to sustain that, we need to submit at least about 200 million euros in projects. You say that we should grow 4 million a year. which would be at least more 20 million euros in projects. Knowing about the elephant in the room that was said in the last presentations, how can we do that? Thank you.
Well, I don't know how we can do that. But I think what I believe is that we need not to stop growing. It's true that nobody grows all the time, but remember what happens to the people starts growing, then starts decaying, and this is what I think is important to avoid. Is growing is in turnover, but I said that is important also in the quality, in adaptability. But what happens in nowadays is that only who is big at the moment is visible from outside and is called to participate in the great decisions of Europe. And I think UNESCO deserves to go to be in these decision centers, and this needs more visibility. And I think looking to what is around Europe, the similar institutions are much bigger than us, and they participate in these decision centers. And as Carlos Caldeira said, there are other sources of funding that we didn't exploit yet. And this is what we need to do, is to find where can we find the money required to continue growing. What I believe is that strategically we need to grow. How? We have to think about it and to find where to go, and by moderately increasing the number, because I'm saying we should increase a lot of people. No, I think we should increase the productivity of what we are doing. I think it's still lower than we can achieve, and this will give you us a step forward in the process.
This doesn't mean that we need to have more people. We need to work better with the people.
That's right. That's right. More organized, better people, more internal cooperation, more cooperation with outside institutions. Not trying to do alone everything, but to do in complement activities, so that we can gain be strong and so on.
Thank you. One question over there.
Thank you. José Silva Matos from CTM, I believe. I'd like to address an issue that was mentioned early this morning and again today, the need of focusing and the need for resilience, for financial resilience. I think that focusing should not be only keeping activity in projects or in areas, I should say in areas that are quote-unquote profitable. We have to sustain activity in areas that are not profitable now, but maybe will be profitable excuse me, some time in the future, who knows, and activities that are not glamorous, do not attract people, do not attract money, but are key to the survival and to sustaining other activities. This brings the need, as I see it, not only for resilience, but for financial muscle, financial strength to be able to support and promote areas that are not glamorous and that are not profitable. I think we have to work on that, and financing on a project-based mechanism doesn't seem to be able to lead to that type of desire. So I would suggest that as a strategic view towards the future, we consider, and I'm sorry, this is not a question to any of you, it's just my thoughts, but consider new and more ambitious ways to obtain that financial strength, that financial muscle. For instance, just a crazy idea, having a strategic partnership with, say, a venture capital entity. Just one idea.
There are no crazy ideas. All ideas are good. Thank you for sharing. There is one question of Professor Vladimiro there, and I believe that we just have time for one more, otherwise our coffee break will be shortened.
Hello, I'm Vladimiro. My question is challenging José Carlos Marques dos Santos and the others about this discussion on growth versus stabilization. I have difficulty in reading from this place. It's very far away, and I read growth versus stagnation. That was what I could read. And this is a discussion that I've seen in many places and that I cannot understand. You can only stabilize certain things if you grow. Any effort of stabilization without growth is stagnation. We have the very good example of the Faculty of Engineering of the University of Porto. It stabilized for a long time, never contracted another professor. So now it's a bunch of old people. Not me, of course. The question is this: do you think that growth is an objective? I don't think so, but I would like to listen to your opinion, because I believe that growth is a tool, like the organization is a tool. But for what? Do we have political targets that then growth serves those targets? Have we identified them? There is, in growth, the most extraordinary transformation in technology in the University of Porto in recent times is the INESC Ocean project. It is an expanding universe coming out from a small bubble. Okay. And it's absolutely transformative of the way the University of Porto is in relation with the planet. Do we have the political objective of being leaders in Europe and in the planetary context of something? See if we identify. I am very happy to see that for the sea, the ocean, etc., it seems that there is that ambition. But we need this ambition with new people. Because the old people that are here did so much. We need new ideas, new people. We need to grow. But, José Carlos, no, I didn't see you mentioning political objectives, except touching a little bit on European importance. Could you elaborate what would be the political objectives that then growth serves?
Like to, but I will not answer your question about that. It's too difficult to me, and I leave to Professor Marques dos Santos later. But I would like to pick something I think Joanna said. It was about emails, and that was about the little things. There's a lot of room for improvement in little things at INESC. And then I'll take what Isabel said about engagement and what Rui Campos said about what are the issues. They are not different issues. I think I agree with Professor Vladimiro that maybe it's kind of nonsense discussing whether we should grow or not, because sometimes growth is a consequence of maybe some higher value. I think we certainly need to improve, and we can start with very small little things in our ways of working, and that can lead us to be more efficient, more focused in the way of we are not trying to do everything at the same time. You know, I always say the INESC-TEC man, the PhD needs to run a project, have students, have funding. You know, we are always crazy, like doing everything we can. We have to go to any call, and even our performance evaluation system rewards that, right? How many proposals did you submit? Not about the quality. So I think there's a lot of things that we at INESC can improve, very small things. And most of you know a lot about management that I don't. So certainly we can do a lot better. And we can do a lot better in collaborating. And then eventually, we will grow naturally. We don't need to be concerned. Either we grow or we shrink. And, you know, personally to me, I don't have the objective to lead or to be number one. I have the objective of being happy. So, you know, if I grow a little bit financially, that's good. It's not my objective. So it's true that we need to discuss and to decide. And that was supposed on our strategic plan. I was quite surprised that we didn't actually address how is the status of our strategic plan. Was it revised? It was already 2 years, no? 3? That's important to us or no? Because if it's to be a dead document, what does it matter? I think we put a lot of effort, we all did, in putting that document up. So I think that indeed, discussing now at this stage whether we should grow or not is probably a bit displaced. I agree. We should focus on the little things, what we want, if the strategic things that we set up in 2023 are still okay or not, what we need to revise, and then we'll increase efficiency. We'll increase productivity. I agree, you do need to do that. And maybe we should reduce the number of hours people are working and work less and more efficiently. And we can do better and with more quality. And sorry for the long speech. I will now let Professor answer.
Okay. I think what's important is we have to grow in ambition. We have to have a dream all the time. And the dream is far away, but we have to grow to reach that dream. And grow in quality, grow in person, everything that requires to achieve that dream. We have not to be concerned if not achieve the dream in such a third of time. No, the dream is the horizon. But we have to try to do everything to achieve this dream. And this is the reason why we grow to achieve that dream. And to be more visible, to be more recognized. All this is growing in terms of the institution. And this is, we have to work to that. And this usually requires means, resources, and on consequence, other things grow also. But the growth is in the dream that we want to achieve. This is our main growth.
That the growth doesn't mean that we need to hire more people. We need to have more buildings. We may start working in new areas. We need to have ambition. For instance, some years ago, Professor Vladimiro had an ambition, the Brazilian ambition, and you worked for that, and now we have INESC Brazil. It was one ambition. There was no political issue, no political paper. It was an ambition, and it worked. And now you have centers, you have research, you have a network in Brazil. So ambitions must be pursued, maybe new areas. Doesn't mean that we need to grow in size, growing salaries would be good. But again, we need to think on Titanic, the boat. It must be stable.
Stabilize. Stay still. This will be dead.
Yeah.
It will be dead in short term, you see.
I agree. And I believe in the young people that we have in the institution that will continue this ambition. Thank you very much. Let's go to the coffee break.
Everyone. So now we're entering in the last phase of our event, okay? So we will have 2 panels here, one with 5 presentations and the last one with 2 presentations. So after the first panel, I will invite you all to participate in the Q&A, okay? So let's start now with João Aguiar Castro and his presentation on open data as a strategic enabler for INESC-TEC.
Hi, hello everyone. So research data is the backbone of science, I would say, and is also being increasingly recognized as also a very valued asset and a public good. There are several initiatives, I will cut to the chase, there are several initiatives across Europe that are pushing forward for the promotion of open data in order to promote transparency, collaboration efforts, and also sharing, and most of all, the reuse of data. There are lots of opportunities here for INESCTEC to grab. First of all, it's all about growth and impact. Namely, it is widely recognized now, and there are several evidence that shows that when you share data alongside your publications, your citation rate comes up. So that's important. There's also a raise in collaboration, directly or indirectly. Most of all, also promoting or fostering open data will also enable us to contribute directly to the UN SDGs, okay? And also, open data is also essential in the reform for research assessment within COARA. So there's lots of opportunities here for INESCTEC to address. Unfortunately, we have lots of things done. Namely, we are recognized as one of the national research centers for research data, and within this context, we are seen as a reference for all the other peer institutions. About the small steps. The paper is well articulated, better than I'm doing here. So I will go now a little bit to be more practical on how I'm addressing you. So small things that you can do to promote open data at INESCTEC and to raise a culture of data. Because it's not all about growth, it's about stability as well. So small things that you can do. If you have underlying data that support the claims, your publication results, please try to have in mind the need and the importance to sharing your data alongside your publications. This will be very beneficial for you, and it will be great for INESCTEC as well. So, moreover, and now I'm particularly addressing PhD students, doctorals too, master students and early career researchers, please try to include as well open data as part of your research proposal, of your plan for making your data openly available. It will be also very beneficial for you as a student, once again, and great for INESCTEC as well. So thinking about this needs to growth versus consolidation, I think it goes hand in hand, okay? So there's no growth and there is no impact without best practices and without stabilization. Stabilization requires training, research capacity, and making open data as part of our daily practices. So without that, we cannot grow our impact in open science as a whole and open data. So I will leave you with that. If you need support, think about this to publish your data. In doing so, try to reach me or the management support system in order to contribute to this vision of INESCTEC as we build a culture of open science and open data in particular that will contribute for our consolidation and also for our growth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, João. So now we're listening about roadmap for science development towards innovation and economic impact. And for that, I invite Antonio Almeida to present his position paper.
So, good afternoon. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here and share with you, well, some ideas about this topic. So I think that the data is very clear. So countries that invest in research and development, they are much better positioned to succeed. And today we see that the ones that have a better plan how to define these R&D objectives, and they are able to execute these research and development plans, are able to sustain more growth, economic growth. And of course we see that today with the main geographic situation between Europe, Asia or China and US. So we need to understand that. And because of that, I think that UNESCO needs to grow. And UNESCO is a key important piece to keep this, let's say, sustainable and competitive place of Europe in the world. So saying that, it is not enough to grow. And grow can be considered in different dimensions. But grow is important here. So many countries, and in specific, we see that in Europe, we have been increasing the investment of R&D, that's true, but sometimes without a strategic alignment. A strategic alignment that enables us to to go behind papers, to go behind prototypes, or even fragmented projects. You need to define a strategic alignments that give us the possibility to develop research and development, or R&D, designed with a purpose. And I think that should be aligned with objectives of the societal and economic needs that we can foresee. So I define in my paper a set of principles that I think that we should think about that. The first one, for this strategic alignment, it should not be done year to year. So we should not be done we should not do this strategic alignment every year. We should be able to define roadmaps. I think that before it was some names about pipelines and puzzles. I imagine that it's aligned with that vision. We need to define roadmap at the long term. Of course, everything is relative. Long term today is not 10 years. It's shorter, so the time is getting shorter, but we need to do that. We need to think into long term. Then we need to have what I'm calling here research line managers that are bold, that are in certain way ambidextrous leaders for science. So they think of today, they know what is innovation today, but they know what is needed in the future. This is very difficult, but we need to do that. Otherwise, we don't have objectives. We are just doing fragmented projects. Of course, we are in a very difficult moment, so we need to be agile. We need to be agile in the way how we think and how we adapt to the economic situation and to the funding mechanism that is available that change every year. And finally, we are not alone. We need to work in networks, in collaboration with industry, with our partners and technology companies that are somehow, of course, competitors in one hand, but also our partners in other. So at the end of the day, we should be able to select what is the best science. We have the talent. I'm sure about that. But the talent is not individually in each center. We need to work together, and we need to find this talent together. We need to bridge the gap between science and innovation. This is not silos. We need to work together. We should define structured roadmaps that understand what are the dependencies between teams, that understand what are the needs in terms of investment, in terms of hardware, in terms of infrastructures. And then we should start thinking on minimal viable research. Of course, we have a goal, we have a dream, but then we can slice this dream. And with that, generate tangible outcomes that we can continuously validate together with the market. And of course, the feedback that we receive will reinforce and will adjust the science that we do. And this is a circle that I believe will create growth in a sustainable way. So at the end of the day, R&D alone is not enough. We know that. True impact comes when research lines are defined and designed with purpose. Deliver tangible, transferable outcomes that address societal challenges, but should be steered by strategic roadmaps that are visible, that are clear, and should be in the top of mind of everyone. So thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. And now we will hear a position paper about PMO as a driver of impact at Inesctec. So Luís Carneiro, please.
Hi everyone, great pleasure to be here. Sound seems to be working well. Well, the main message we bring today is that, and we agree that we should somehow grow in size or grow in activity volume. And I personally believe we should grow moderately, probably. But the message we bring is that besides growing in size or activity volume, we should grow in impact. And the project management office that we are creating, many of you have not heard of it yet, but we are, let's say, implementing and setting up the process, but soon it will be working, will give a good contribution to this, to grow in impact. The main author of the paper is Lígia Silva, is there up there. She was not very comfortable with the English, so I'm doing this. And the other is Ademar. We are the small team that we are, let's say, setting up this project management office. And how do we plan to do this? So we know the process, and we know it's very important that each project reaches its outputs, the deliverables that are foreseen. But we believe that from the start, it's also important to think about what outcomes, what benefits it can bring, what impact it can bring in the end. So if we do not think about it in the beginning, it will be probably not reaching all its potential. One of the things that we are working to make this efficient and not a bureaucratic addition to what we have is an IT system that may, let's say, implement this very smoothly. And already there we are, let's say, specifying these outcomes or benefits. And let's say, according to recent project management principles, these benefits should be related with strategic plan. So each project should think about what contributions they are giving really to the strategic objectives, to the goals that we have defined, and then the impact that it may bring to society and in ESCTech. Of course, the impacts may have various dimensions, we know, academic, economic, technical, and so on. And of course, we also have to measure this, and this is what we believe with this project management office, this PMO, can give a contribution. Of course, this is something that we will not do alone, and we'll need to collaborate with the centers, with the tech force, with the board, with everyone. But we believe this may be really a good contribution to grow in our impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luis. So now, from Technology Transfer Office to Knowledge Transfer Hub, the key role of open source software. Rita Lopes will be presenting.
Okay, good afternoon to everyone. Before I start, I would like to thank the organization for this strategic meeting, for challenging us to write these papers and presenting them. I don't know how are you, but my head is pumping with ideas, and probably now I would write other position papers on other themes. But this is a sign of mature and healthy organization, and we all feel we can contribute, but and all want Ines to get even better, and I think that is a good starting point. So regarding growth or stabilization, we believe in growth over stabilization, where growth requires institutional maturity, stronger cross-domain, and deeper organizational integration. And I think most of the presentations already toggle these points. So like a brain, our strength relies in branching and interconnectedness, which enables adaptability, resilience, and sustainability. Sorry. So at the heart of this transformation lies the evolution of the Technology Transfer Office, or TTO, into a genuine knowledge transfer hub. And we should evolve into a channel for impact, embracing wider range of IP assets, such as open source, apart from the patentable technologies or other IP rights. And why? Because we are challenged to do so. The R&D ecosystem is changing, evolving, and in particular, how open source software is gaining relevance in it by its unique role as a demonstrator, as enabler of collaboration, piloting new approaches. But we are not alone in this. Other RTOs are also facing these challenges. And okay, I lost myself here, sorry. And managing these high productivity that an open source enable is been very challenging for these kind of organizations as ourselves to really manage all this, and it's difficult. But open source is a strategic enabler, not a business model itself. It's a platform, enabling various business strategies and greater impact, but also legally complex the combination and compatibility of different IPRs. So if effective open source software engagement requires informed choice, institutional guidelines, and specialized expertise to ensure solid and rational strategic decisions towards. So we believe that a NASDAQ should adopt a similar approach by integrating a NOSPO function as done by CERN, for example, and onboarding it with different services from the TO, from SAS board, and selected research centers that are using open source software or really want to move towards these as a tool for their impact. So Inestec has already good examples from dual licensing strategies to integration of interconnect results in the Linux Foundation, among others, but we still have challenges. Managing open source software and patent interfaces, developing ethical models, and balancing proprietary IP cultures with openness. These are not contradictions, but opportunities. So moving towards a knowledge hub means to ensure that Inestec delivers societal and economical impact, remains a leader in knowledge valorization, and evolves into a more resilient future-ready institution, capturing the impact it generates. Thanks.
Thank you, Rita. And last but not least from this panel, establishing a pilot and data governance regulatory sandbox for good at Inestec. And by now you already know it's Vasco Dias presenting this.
So, hi everyone, and thank you for still being here at this hour. So I promised Pedro and Leah that I would bring something related to AI. And so I called it this pilot AI and data governance regulatory sandbox. The first remark that I want to tell you is that, the way I thought or shaped this draft idea, it could be inserted in both themes, the first and the second one, and I would say even the first, because I think about this as a tool for engaging with external partners and also contributing to public policies in this field of AI and responsible AI. I think that most of you are familiar with the concept of sandbox, especially those technical sandboxes, so a controlled environment for testing emerging technologies, in this case in the AI field. But what I'm proposing here is more related to those called regulatory sandboxes, which, appeared firstly in the financial sector, then also in other sectors, and are more related to legal or ethical, certification standards. So what I'm proposing here is a hybrid concept. So not only a technical sandbox testing robustness requirements, cybersecurity, or other aspects, but also combining this with AI ethical rules and those requirements that are specific legal requirements that came from the AI Act that everyone knows. So, and this is to give you this the whole context. So, under AI Act, the national authorities in each member state will have to build a regulatory sandbox with the participation of the authorities. So they will offer this to industry, basically, but, well, in a more or less participatory model, and this is something that we'll have to wait to see how it is implemented in Portugal. But, this will include the authorities to help to assess emerging technologies in AI field. So the reason why I bring this is because I think that is a good moment for INESCTEC to participate in the shaping of how these sandboxes, or this sandbox in Pacific, will be implemented in Portugal. And for that, I think it is a very good opportunity to build its own pilot sandbox, okay? Under this hybrid feature that I mentioned you. And so this would be an opportunity to build capacity at internal level, but also offer services to exploring possible market opportunities also. So this is AI for good, but also having here a commercial objective. Well, at the same time, giving a contribution and positioning INESCTEC to participate in a more in a wider debate with the government in this field. So this is a complement, in my view, also of other initiatives that INESCTEC has already been implementing in this debate, in this specific debate, with the participation of some of you in working groups, participation in consultory processes regarding codes of conduct that will be mandatory or not mandatory, but provided in the EU law, in the AI, for example, regarding transparency requirements, others related to the training of data and how data will be or should be managed and labeled when generated with AI. So this is a complement to several of these other initiatives, but I think it's quite timely to bring this today. And well, I hope you enjoyed the idea, and well, I'm of course happy to hear from you. Thank you.
Okay, so that was all from this panel, and it was quite a lot. So we had here 5 positioning papers with complementary perspectives on how INESCTEC can strengthen its role as a driver of science, innovation, institutional impact. So we heard about openness in data, developing roadmaps for science, project management, transforming knowledge transfer through open science, and then this final presentation from Vasco, positioning INESCTEC in the IE regulatory ecosystems. And by doing this introduction, now I ask to the audience if anyone has a question for our colleagues that just presented. We have one over there. Can you present yourself, please?
My name is Rui. I'm from Cris. I have a question for the last presentation. Thank you so much, all of you, for the presentations. But my question is, like nuclear radiation sensors need to use radiation-free metals that usually are extracted from the bottom of the ocean. AI that detects bias on the subject needs also to be unbiased. Since we are all unbiased people, how can we create unbiased AI since we are the ones that choose the data set?
That's difficult, right? Good luck.
So yeah. So first of all, I would invite you to attend to some of our talks on ethics. Some of them will address AI specific topics. Now we have this group of open talks on ethics in the field of defense. But yes, this is one of the subjects that may be brought there too. But I mean, of course, your question is a quite generic question on ethics of AI. So there is it really about the notion of if AI should be a normative or not? No? So one thing is that, of course, that data in data you can find bias or inequalities that we find in society. And the point there is if AI will exacerbate those same inequalities or should embed some values and principles to, a balance or mitigate the risk of reproducing some bias and inequalities. Okay, in short, this is the best I can tell you. Thank you.
I think that Vasco at least tried to engage a little bit in one of the initiatives that we have regarding our webinars in ethics defense. Anyone else with a question? You're quite shy now. Okay, I have a question. Should I? Okay, so you presented 5 different proposals here. If talking about being biased or not, forget about your own proposal, and my challenge is if you needed to, in the next 2 years, define a priority between the 5 proposals that you had here to implement at INESCTEC, what would you choose? We're not taking easy, no.
Should we have to choose one or combine?
Yes.
Or combine more than...
Maybe
it's a non-finite thing.
What do you think is more urgent?
I wouldn't say that I would choose one, but I think all the proposals need that in deeper collaboration within INESCTEC. And independent of the project, I think this is what has been tackled in all these propositions, at least from my point of view. Okay, I think I'm biased because it's what I believe, but I think all these proposals have behind this need for communication within the institution, and that I think is the path. I don't have one choice, but I think that is the way to go, independent of the project.
Okay, building on what Rita said, and also answering the question. I would say that, yeah, I forgot to tell you, but also in my model, the sandbox model I propose you, this is, of course, also a very interesting tool to stimulate cross-center and cross-institutional collaboration. And so it is why it is also in the theme 2. And so this is perfectly in line also with the idea of an hub where several key players within the institution can collaborate to forge, in your case, of course, a knowledge sharing, knowledge exploitation policy. Okay, so.
So can I ask one question? Because with your answers, what I suppose, and I'm sorry if you, then you will be able to add more things, is that you believe that for us to be able to have these ideas and to implement these ideas, they should be part of the institutional culture, right? How should we start doing that now if you find out that this is something urgent?
Okay, maybe I can add a few words more. And you add something.
Yes, I add. Sorry.
Something more, which gives me the opportunity one of the things that we highlight in our paper is a culture of value. So it should not be only about delivering projects and deliverables, but making sure that we deliver value for Inestec and for society. In general terms, and you said to select the most urgent thing, I think today we've heard many interesting things. Maybe I would select another word which I think is important, is in line with what Susanna was mentioned before, adaptability. I would add flexibility. It's, we know we work in an environment somehow dependent on funding, and funding from time to time changes, rules sometimes changes, and so I think it's also very important to be adaptable and to be flexible, to be able to also cope with the different scientific priorities. Now it's very important AI, but in 2 years maybe it's something else. So adaptability and flexibility, I would say it's also very important.
Yes, from my perspective, I think that when we grow, when organizations grow, there is normally a problem that is related with silos. So we start to specialize in specific areas, and with that it comes the inefficiencies. So, of course, I said before that I think that you need to grow, but you need to grow in the added value that we create. So this means that you can do more with, let's say, keeping the work-life balance if we can work better. And I think that is the message. Collaborate more, be more visible, what I'm doing and what can be done together with the other, and don't, let's say, be close just in specific styles. And not only between the centers that we work, but also with the services that we have, that sometimes we are a lot of time that we don't speak, that we don't share what we are doing. This is normal when we are, let's say, when the organization become higher. This is normal in management, but we need to adjust the organization so that we can bridge these silos and start forcing the collaboration, because naturally we will be working on where we are more comfortable and where and I think that's the point.
Okay, thank you, Antonio.
So not, of course, the question I would expect. That is, well, but my main takeaway, of course, is well, the importance of being here to hear from the colleagues and to raise awareness to this topic. I wouldn't say I would have a specific answer to your question, but thinking about open science at Inestec and initiatives that are going on, I will think I will build a bridge between open science and open data and the relation and with open source, of course. Mm-hmm. And also, we also have to think about ethics when sharing data, and of course AI plays a significant role in this. I have the opportunity to collaborate with Vasco in several projects related to the management of data, and of course AI takes a strong role on that. So hearing about Vasco, I say would to be, for me personally, to be more aware and more engaged with the challenges that goes on with ethics and AI, and also once again the relation with open source, to contribute to a culture of open science at Inestec would think things that would be most important for me in the near future.
Thank you. That was that type of preaching that I was expecting you. Okay, thank you, because I already gave you enough time. So we have Jaime here with another question to this panel.
So thank you all for your presentations. I don't have it's a question, but not for someone specific, so if some of you want to answer it. So we are talking about growth, we are talking about increasing productivity, which can help us have added value, go home sooner, work less, to sell more, etc. We are speaking about using new tools, AI, about evolving. And we probably don't know for sure which one of these parameters is going to grow more or less. But there is one thing I think I would like to hear about, is from the process that you are thinking about, improvements that you are thinking about, how much of them are you already considering that they will be done through agents, AI, but not humans, in the near future? 2 years from now, 3 years, some of the stuff that you are at this moment maybe think about some users, humans, that are going to connect to an application, to see some portal, to interact, but this is going to be replaced by AI, for instance.
I may have a take on that. So I will not go into the specific technicalities of how AI can improve let's say, my work and the efficiency of improving open data. But of course, you don't have to have knowledge about this, but general tendency is to use AI in order to improve the deliverable of data management plans, for instance. We hear a lot about that in related conferences. I'm very skeptical about that. Of course, I use AI to make my work more efficient and to accelerate my responses to the needs of our researchers. I see AI as a co-pilot on that. I am not buying it, the general tendency that say that you can just generate with AI the so needed data management plans. And data management plans has to do with growth, because when we think about open data, we think more about externally, but data management plans has a strong impact in open data, but it all starts from the beginning of the research workflow. And so the delivery of a data management plan that can improve data management throughout the data lifecycle is something that my community, I would say, is trying to come up with solutions to make the process more machine readable, for this, let's say, and to use AI. But at this point, I'm very skeptical of letting AI, and the results from my practices are very poor. And of course, once again, we need to use AI to improve our work, but we need to be in charge. Okay. And I think I tried to address your question the best that I could.
Yeah, I can just, I think that of course AI will help us to take decision faster. Today we have, for example, in the terms of, I said before about these roadmaps, we need to be aware of external and internal variables. So today at Inestec we have a high variety of expertise, high variety of areas of expert areas of domains of work, and externally we have a huge set of regulations, of necessities, domains, areas. So when we are taking decisions about where I should be in the next 5 years, it's a huge quantity of variables that you need to control and to manage. And I think that in this specific case, for example, AI can be also for us, an interesting tool that you can use to help us to compile information, to adjust information, and to take decisions in a more, let's say, I would say informed way, at least. that when I was in Tech 4, I received a lot of emails from ESCOM saying, I received that request from company A. Who is the guy that, this is an example of applying AI, how we can optimize the effort, because I need to answer an emails, then I need to forward. So and someone on the ESCOM needs to be ready and available to read that email, and sometimes it takes 2 weeks to answer to the guy because so it happens. This is an example of an agent that we can have that is able to receive these emails, understand what is asked, what been asking, and then put the right process in place to answer as quick as possible to the potential customer. We don't know. Or not a customer, and maybe it's better not to answer.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I understood the question, but in any case, like in previous revolutions, some people worry if this new technology is going to take a lot of jobs from people and there will be a shortage of jobs. In historical terms, the conclusion that we've got from Industrial Revolution, for example, when computers were introduced, everyone was very concerned. Typewriters will end, lots of people will lose their jobs, and what happens all the time was that, of course, some jobs were lost, but some jobs were created, and the balance in historical terms were positive. So, of course, with AI, nobody can be sure right now, but I hope it will be like in the past. Some jobs will be destroyed, some new ones will appear. And I hope that some people say that the agriculture revolution has worsened the life of mankind. So I hope that AI will help us, will not destroy all the jobs in the world, and in the end will provide us a better life. I don't know. I think it's a nice challenge for all of us.
And Luis just helped me introduce the second panel. So thank to all of you for being here. And talking about agriculture, we have now the two final presentations of today. And the first one is called Plant-Centered Agriculture, Disruptive Bioengineering Enabling Technology for Unlocking Agricultural Sustainability and Productivity Under Climate Change Crisis. Come on, Rui Martins, please. Obrigada pelo motivo.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for being here. I'm presenting a very important theme for mankind, which is, for a long time, we thought that we're living in a climate that is very stable, and our agriculture has remained basically the same, with more technology, but basically the same. There are key issues with our current agriculture. It's empirical. Most advances have been done with only direct implications, not with biotechnology, which is hard to implement. But there is mainly not a causal-driven agriculture. That means that it's more data-driven agriculture with being able to manipulate the plant physiology in the field. This means that we are interventive when there is crisis, and we are always running behind the problem. In this sense, why does this happen? Because besides there is a huge development in the area of biotechnology with genomics, proteomics, and many other technologies that we understand from research, there is the difficulty to bring it to the field because there is still the lack of quantitative and engineering systems to allow the new inventions on how to control metabolism and how to control the physiology of plants and take this to the field. And this is really challenging because although we think that we have very strong food system, we don't. Just to see at the numbers, food crisis deaths about crop failure are bigger and bigger and bigger, and lead to civilization disappearances. And we think that this happens in our long past into the classical civilizations, but if we see in the last 2 centuries, more than 90 million people died of famine. So this is really a big problem because we need to scale up rapidly the innovations that we have in biotechnology to the field. For this, at our research lab here in the bioengineering lab for plants here that we are establishing, we are developing key enabling technologies as wearables for monitoring and controlling the plant physiology to make it adaptable to new different climate conditions and maintain photosynthesis optimization so that they are more resilient and sustainable and by quantitative models so that we can fully understand the causal at the different scales of interpretation from the metabolism to the cell morphology to tissue morphology and to the plant structure itself so that these plants become more resilient to climate change and biotic and abiotic stresses. In this sense, without this kind of tools and these new opportunities that we are here developing, it will be very difficult to come across the new EU regulations where new regulations are decreasing the number of drugs that can be used in agriculture. Furthermore, implementing and enforcing regenerative agriculture strategies. And without engineering practices, we are not going to do it with productivity. So in this sense, what we are making is a new kind of agriculture, which is plant-based agriculture, where we can fully understand what is really happening with the plant, control it, and change the agriculture from interventive to a bioprocess and bioprocess engineering implementation. We are already doing that with projects and partners, and I think we need to invest a lot in this area. There are huge opportunities. We need new infrastructure to train more people and also gain a lot of more knowledge because there is a lot of knowledge in biology that is not being transferred into the field, and mankind needs that. Thank you very much.
Okay, and now we will have our final presentation from today. It will be Ireneu Dias presenting a central assumption, Inestec, not a mechanical analog, more a biological one.
Hi everyone, thank you for the opportunity to speak here, and thank you for the opportunity to decrease my Marcellus number. Are you aware of Erdos number? People that present a paper with this famous mathematician. So I'm one person away, that is Rui, from President Marcelo. He was awarded this prize. I read BIP for you to notice. I would like to say that no AI was used in this preparation. It will be quite obvious. Some of you may say that I only presented the graphical abstract. That's true. I didn't have time to write the paper. So I intended to have a kind of Baroque style. This these titles that took half of the book. So that's the idea. Well, I also have to say that I feel a bit caporal. During these days, Jewish people are having their festivities, and one of them is take a chicken and wave across your head to transfer your sins to the poor chicken. I'm the poor chicken that will be credited for all the delays in this conference. So I feel a bit caporal. It's an atonement ritual. Okay, so I'd like to begin with a citation credited to Bohr that says that prediction is very difficult, especially about the future. I think that we all know that. So at this left, you'll find a common graphic that is presented concerning future. If you don't do anything, you keep things going, business as usual, you have what is called the projected future. Maybe a certain increase, but everything stays the same. There are other possibilities, and when we speak about growth versus stabilization, I think that the way the question is posed is wrong. And if you don't ask a good question, you don't get a good answer. Because it's not between an exclusive or between growth and stabilization. This is akin to physical mechanicist models where companies grow because they acquire other companies, they grow different infrastructure, different factories, bigger and so on. This is more akin to biological development. We don't want our children to reach the tall of 8 meters or the weight of 1 ton. That's not the point. So that's not the way things have to be addressed. And as always, if you put the question badly, the answers are, of course, bad. Because a living being is non-homogeneous. There is a process called cellular differentiation. At the beginning, you are only one cell, and after that, we become trillions of cells with different functions. And this is what is happening with INESC. It is also non-isotropic. A company is an homogeneous thing. INESC is not, happily, and not isotropic, non-linear. When people speak about stable things, I always think about cemeteries, because nobody's complaining, there is no public demonstrations, the population does not increase above a safe level, and it seems that everyone is happy. I didn't hear no complaints. So the question is not about growth versus consolidate, but both. Because all this graphic here seems to imply that everything is stable over time, and that is not true. We live in what is called VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous environment. So we cannot predict the future. It's very difficult. Bohr told it. So the question is that we have to adapt as a living being to the circumstances, accepting the fact that the circumstances are going to change between our development of our strategy. So there is no point in saying this is the right way. The way is made by walking, and we have to adjust that. It's more analog to riding a bike. You don't stay still and you don't run away, but you have to keep moving so that the bike and you can become stable, or better, can be okay. So I intend to have this idea of not growth or stabilization, consolidation, but growth for consolidation and consolidation for growth. Certain parts, certain organs of INESC have to be growing, all others are being consolidated. As a living being, probably reproduction will occur, so that's life. So we don't have to worry about it. It's a good thing. I think that first name will be INESC Tech Ocean. I don't know. So the point is this: we have to accept the changes. We have to accept the pains of growth. The things are as they are and not as we thought they should be. So also someone said that the best way to predict the future is to invent it. So balance is achieved by permanent oriented motion. Please don't follow the rules, make the rules. Success is the way. Success is not the destination. So for especially younger people, be bold, be ambitious, enjoy the ride, seize the future, it's yours.
Okay, thank you so much. You didn't follow the rules. In fact, you had a 6-minute fame. You were bold and ambitious. So both papers here encourage INESC Tech to think beyond conventional models. So from Rui, we heard about disruptive scientific vision for agriculture, showing how bioengineering can transform food systems. And then we have from Irineu providing this conceptual framework where growth and consolidation reinforce each other. So together they basically highlight the importance of disruptive innovation and also the adaptive strategy that Irineu was just emphasizing in his presentation. So giving this overview, I want to ask the audience if there are any questions for these two last presentations. Yes, so we have here one question.
I will start with a question for Rui. Maybe that gives me some time to think about a question for Irineu. So Rui, there's, I think, a question that even thinking about growth and renewal that emerges periodically and is related to these areas that start a bit at the frontier, at the edge, at the fringe of our core work, and then developments start to place more and more of us in those areas, or to bring those areas growing in our activity. So I think that that is the case, for instance, for the work that we do in the agro-food area. That we have been surprised by how much it has been growing, with Tech for Agro-Food having an important role there, and then scientific activity in the research centers growing in connection with that. So for this area that you were proposing and telling us about, how do you see the evolution of this area inside INESCTEC, and in the partnerships that we can have with other institutions that are also working in this area? So it's coming from the fringes of our work in digital technologies, but so how do you see its growth? How do you see the scientific competencies that we can develop and bring of value to the development of this area? And how do you see the role of partnerships with other institutions that are working more in biological area, agricultural area, and a bit of the split of how we work in this domain across INESCTEC and other institutes that are approaching these problems from other scientific perspectives?
Nikita. Well, we have been contacting many people from abroad and discussing all these issues, even in the European Union. So we know and have information that all the research community in agricultural engineering and this area of biotechnology and bioengineering is pivoting towards plant-driven agriculture. So most of the projects that will be submitted in this new age are on this kind of field. We also had the opportunity to invest on this field to make wearables and digital twins that are causal towards the plant description. So somehow when we present this to important research institutes in Europe, they begin to be amazed and understand that this is the way. In a sense that we have contacted not only Wageningen, DTU, and Fraunhofer Institute. They all have all these facilities, but it has been difficult to make a way to manage the plant adaptability and take take advantage of the plant adaptability and communicate with the plant as a bioprocess, more or less like using its own machinery to make it adapt before the disaster comes. So in a sense, plants are marvelous organisms. They are much more evolved than us in terms of metabolism and adaptability, because they cannot run from the sun, they cannot run from everybody. So, and there are a lot of problems in upscaling biotechnologies that already make use of this in the lab, but they cannot upscale to the field. And this is not only important for our perspective of resilience in climate changes or other changes. For instance, as I don't know, as you know, for instance, Italy has no more chestnuts. We are in the process of losing our Rocha pear. So this is becoming drastic. I don't want to be alarming, but it's becoming drastic. And the problem is that although there is the knowledge in the lab, there is not the knowledge on how to transform it into the field. Because it's like in the medical field, you need to go step by step with engineering and pharmacological engineering steps, and then also able to produce and deliver correct drugs, or here to manipulate. So not only in the context of European and multinational partnerships, we are also now being in Portuguese consortiums. We are teaming up with the Portuguese bioengineering and stimulants, pharmaceutical industry, so that we are being the pivotal, we are putting us, the INESCTEC now, as the pivotal place from the biotech industry and the field, so that we can both use and bring engineering knowledge, not only bioengineering knowledge, but engineering knowledge of calculation, making this like designing a field or a production field for food as an airplane, more or less like that. And we are putting ourselves in the center of being able to upscaling the operations to the agricultural engineering. So that these fabulous products, for instance, biostimulants for regenerative agriculture, for instance, for rebuilding all the soil and regaining the soil. There are many soils that are lost already. And not only this, that will help to diminish the amount of many chemical things that we use. But without this kind of technologies, we will not be able to sustain the enforcement of EU laws and new EU directives that are already in place. And if we do it without engineering, it means that we will lose a lot of productivity. And now, of course, as I presented, the climate, despite we are facing climate changes, it is still very stable when it was a million years ago. But we are already seeing the very different ways that we are losing a lot of the things that we thought that were stable. And we need rapid tools, and today we have, one of them is AI, but we have systems biology, synthetic biology, we have CRISP, we have many, many tools, but we need to have a systematic engineering approach on how to upscale them and bring them to simulate, for instance, just simulate what is the best orientation and for thermodynamics of a field. This has never been thought in agriculture. Things like this. So there are a lot of opportunities. Most of the forefront is now on this kind of thought, where we use the plant information and try to communicate with the plant and try to implement these kind of things, instead of being interventive. So that, for instance, if you are able to know how much water really a plant needs for a certain growth, you just deliver the water that it needs, and not being done like that way in this nowadays. It's being done by using the evapotranspiration charts from forecasting, which they don't account only for the plant, but they account for all the field, for instance.
Okay, so anyone else? Yes, okay. We have one question over there. Over there, Rita.
José Luis Santos from the Center of Applied Photonics. Not properly a question, but a comment. First of all, I enjoy so much what happened today. It was a great initiative to repeat. Very nice. Second point is that Rui spoke about one point that for me is quite important. One thing in the last 10 years that my institution is going for to take care from agriculture points. And in fact, it's so important because agriculture is by far, the most important economic activity that we have in the world. And the challenges are going to be so big, and our institution can do so much for that. And that means also very large amounts of money. Second point is my friend Irneo, my old friend Irneo, that touched something that is so crucial because we, for a long time, did not look for life. And life has so much to help us and to teach us. For example, in photonics, there is a field of photonics, biophotonics, that appears some engineers start to look at life looking for solutions, and they become rich. They become rich because they look at life. They discover solutions that our mainstream could not find, and they find the ways to solve problems. So, not properly a question, just to say how I am to see these 2 points just spoke at this stage, and congratulations for all for this. Thank you.
Would you like to comment, or should we proceed? It's your old friend talking.
No, I'm not allowed.
Okay.
No, of course, thank you for the words. The point, I wanted to make a provocative intervention. But this word was already given away to someone before me. So, Susanna, it's not fair to speak after you. No, the question, I only wanted to give another framework of thinking. There is no alternative. It's not true. We have to think beyond the box and try not to be very formalistic, very with many plannings. Soviet Union would like to have this kind of quinquennial, and we saw what happened. So plan, but with caution, be attentive and adjustable to what is happening. Okay. And I enjoyed all the day. It's wonderful.
Thank you. And before going into the wrap-up that will be done by Lia Patricio, let me just remind you all that all the position papers that were presented today and four others actually that were not presented today because people couldn't be here to present them are available on our intranet, okay? So now we're wrapping up. Thank you so much, Rui and Irneo. We're wrapping up with Lia.
Okay, so Irneo, where are you? So if you are the poor chicken, I will be the poor chicken. And I think that you will be the poor chicken. Okay, so thank you. I'm very happy to be here, and in spite of the late hour, still quite a full room. So after around 17 or 16 papers, it will quite a lot to wrap up. So I was trying to make some notes, and one of the things that I think I could highlight is the multiplicity of valuable and insightful contributions that we received today, some broad reflections, some concrete suggestions, some new areas out of the box, some very concrete, more operational suggestions that still have a strategic value. So I think that is an invaluable opportunity for me to listen, and I think these will be some reflections that I will share with you, but for sure will lead to further reflections and work upon your suggestions. So I think that one of the big questions in this panel was the, let's say, growth versus stabilization. I would say that there were multiple opinions, but maybe after all, it seems that we heard more about the consolidation and the evolution and growth with a purpose. So growth is not the purpose, but it's fine and desirable to have growth with a purpose, and with this kind of interplay between growth and consolidation, we cannot grow continuously without doing this consolidation. So also growth needs to be strategic and sustainable. So, so some of the ideas were this kind of consolidation and growth with a purpose, and namely with Professor José Marcos dos Santos, consolidate after the growth, after we've been through, and focus on key areas. So gaining critical mass on key areas that can enhance our visibility and our external impact. And I think that trying to structure 16, I think overall, interventions and proposals, I think that it's interesting because I noted down from João Claro's opening that two main topics were nowadays ahead of us. So on the one hand, the systems under strain, so what we have just heard about the climate change and the agriculture, vulnerabilities, national strategies, instability of funding. So how will INESCTEC will face these challenges? How will INESCTEC will prepare for this future in a strategic way? And on the other hand, the importance of people. I think that we have a panel mostly dedicated, but I think that this was a cross-cutting concern, but also an important thing. So how people make sense, make meaning out of their lives, the heritage, the culture, and I think that these two themes, I think that at least the proposals that we have received are very much in line with these two key topics that are out there. So if I would, let's say, organize the topics, on the one hand, it seems that regarding this kind of growth and stability, so maybe instead of growth versus stability, the growth and stability, or growth and consolidation. Some of the ideas we received here, I would say that is on the one hand setting a bold ambition for INESCTEC in terms of the mission. This, let's say, what is our mission and how strategically do we translate this mission of integrating science, technology transfer, and social impact? So what is ahead? Some ideas? At the same time, it's not just setting the ambition, it's walking the talk. So, and from little things like no emails after hours to big things like new research areas and also middle things that can make a difference in terms of setting networks and collaboration, which also seem to be a cross-cutting topic. So, going into this part of the setting the bold ambition, not growth or stability, but growth and stability, Irineu. And also, when setting this ambition, Cristina Barbosa, the take social responsibility and SDGs, so the societal challenges
as Sustainable Development Goals should be kind of a mission and something to head to. Also, this idea that maybe in terms still of the growth versus stabilization, maybe we don't need to grow so much, but we need to be constantly evolving. The world is changing, we are changing, there is this dynamic. It's not stagnation, it's evolution. And again, the walk the talk, Susana Barbosa also brought this idea that we need to set the ambition but also translate it into strategies, into actions, into day-to-day work. So these are some of the reflections, and I think that we closed very well, both with Irineu and with Rui Martins on the plant-centered agriculture and this kind of new emerging topics that are eye-opening, at least for me, that I don't know much about the topic. Okay, so I would say that the second big topic was attracting and nurturing people and talent. So researchers, staff, students, so I think that it's kind of nurturing this community and making INESC-TEC a place where we like to be, a place that we feel connected to, a community that we feel connected to. And so we have this kind of taking human resources, the service as a strategic component, so it's not like a kind of more taking care of bureaucracy, but really taking a strategic stance on how to attract, develop, and promoting people, developing beyond technical expertise, promoting beyond what they can do inside INESC, but also promoting their employability so that whatever the future is, that your, let's say, the time you spent at INESC is a valuable one, something that you really was meaningful to people. Then the consolidate and lead, consolidate to lead, care for people, innovate. We heard about very interesting practices from Rui Campos. I think that it is good to know that not only we are proposing, but there are already experiences that are working in this regard. And by the way, Rui Campos, you were very well accompanied in your panel, I must say. Then addressing staff engagement gap. I think that with all these initiatives, well, Isabel, at least I think that viewing this room right now, I would see that at least a significant part of INESC is quite engaged, I would say. And I think that offering still, I would like to give a positive note that maybe not everyone comes to every activity, but I think that particularly when I go to some international research or academic university, one of the things that I like is that this dynamic that there is always something happening. So I may not be able to go to everything, so maybe not everyone goes to every activity, but there are things happening. Some of them I'm more interested to, I was interested, but this is a dynamic that is very important to have. And also, building a supportive and collaborative community for PhD students. So I was really happy that we had contributions from Professor Marcos dos Santos, who has been our former rector, to PhD students, to staff, to coordinators, and I think that is so good. And I think that also reveals a kind of healthy work environment that everyone is welcome to come and to make suggestions, and they are all valuable, and they are all part of what we are trying to build together. So supporting PhD students, I think it's so hard to be a PhD student. Many of us have been out there, and still sometimes as supervisors we forget how hard it was and how we are like overwhelmed with so many things. So I think there were so many good suggestions for us to reflect and work upon. Thank you. And I think that overall, this idea that it is important for us to foster collaboration, to work for work-life balance, and that increasingly the new generations, and I think that is very positive, are looking for meaningful experiences, a meaningful work, something that, again, the purpose, I think it is very important. Okay, then I think that maybe I'm biased here, but the strategic role of open science. So we had a few key proposals, one on open data with João Castro, on its key role as a strategic enabler, then the technology transfer office to move into a knowledge transfer hub and again connected to open source. Also not directly connected, but again, the pilot AI and data governance regulatory sandbox is another proposal. And I think that one idea that I think overall, and even borrowing some presentations from this morning, is that open science is not for everything. So there are things that shouldn't go to open science. We should be informed and know about that. But open science may not be immediately monetized, but it may be a worthy and strategic investment in the long run, as it is an asset that can be an investment that can bring later on worthy returns through the visibility, reputation, our positioning in the network and on public policy as well. And that can lead afterwards, for example, to many of the projects, collaborations, connections that are very valued. Finally, although, so I structure the presentations in this way, but of course there is overlap, but I would say that another topic is evolving INESC-TEC organization for forthcoming challenging times. So we have heard about, Ana Lemos talking about resilience and innovation in times of uncertainty. So we know that the times ahead involve a high level of uncertainty. So how can we take internal action to improve the organizational resilience? Then how can we support INESC community in an emergent poly-crisis context? So some of the proposals taking again, I think the purpose, the mission-oriented INESC-TEC, working again on resilience and better work environment. And also, as again, Professor José Marcos dos Santos, thinking about the moderate growth, focus on excellence areas, and then enhancing the organization to make it happen. Finally, the roadmap of the science development towards innovation and economic impact from António Almeida. So making and strengthening the bridge and making things work by bridging the science, innovation, and technology transfer, and a concrete proposal of a project management officer to support the implementation of this organization and the strategic intent. So I think that we had a very rich, I learned a lot. I take many insights for reflection, discussion, and hopefully action. And another idea that I thought that I take from this is that it would be interesting to look again into our strategic plan and see how this fits, how the strategic plan is living and can continue as a living document. So I take many insights from here, and I hope that we also take insights and build a network together. So, okay, thank you.
So I'm going to be very, very short because we have a restriction regarding the use of the buses that are going to take you back to INESCTEC. So let me tell you that we were very happy to have you all here. I suppose this event was quite a success. So we got many new ideas to develop for the future, and I'm pretty sure that the next 40 years, as I said in the very beginning, are going to be very bright because we have a fantastic future ahead. So thank you very much for your presence, and now I would like to tell you to go immediately to the buses because because we have a time limit in the use of the buses, so there is a restriction. Please, and thank you for attending the event.